Just kidding.
The opinions you're about to hear on this show are strictly those of the panel.
The following program is rated TV MA-LSV. It contains strong language, sexual situations, and violence. It is intended only for mature audiences.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Friday Night Shit Show. Hey, Ruben, and hi, Bruce. Thank you for joining me tonight.
Hello.
Hello. Just kidding.
How's your back?
Oh, terrible.
You hurt your back?
Hurt.
What'd you do? What
That's
did you do
between
to
me
your back,
and
Ruben?
me in my bed. No, never mind. No. I have myasthenia gravis, so I get tired very quickly. And this whole week's been really, really hard. Yes, it's been hard. That's right, ladies. Anyway, so what's been going on? I've been very tired, and I'm in really pain right now. I took like 2 showers because I was very, very tired, and it just getting very, very like dizzy and stuff. So I'm here. I'm okay right now. We'll see what happens, but I'm here. But I want to tell you some good news. I heard my brother called me, Paul, my younger brother, and that my youngest nephew. He is doing well with chemotherapy. And they'll know more by the end of next month. But they've also found that his older brother is a 100% bone marrow match.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah. So if things are looking good, but if things go wrong, then we are on a good path. So that's really good. So yeah, and then I'm basically, and then the thing is that my brother had a stroke in October, and he's not doing well. But in my opinion, he's throwing a lot again, but he's only caring about his son. So it's like, it's true that that we were like that growing up. We would always take care of each other. And he basically now it's his baby boy. You know, he doesn't care about himself. He's steadfast on getting his son healed. And, that's what you do. And that's how I am. I was basically, it's all about, I don't care about me. I want to take care of who I love first, and then I'll take care of myself, and it's to your own detriment. But that's what men do. Real men do that. You heard about it in the storms where they'll, go down on their wife. No, never mind. Go down on top of her. Well, never mind. During a hurricane or a tornado or whatever.
Yeah. Jump on top of them to save them. I know. We did that.
Ladies, he wasn't jump on top of you to save you.
Last year, remember? And we had those videos, and it showed that baby's playpen that was wrapped around the tree. And then they found the baby like 400 yards away with just a few bruises. Yeah. And that the mother had jumped out of the bed and leaped on top of tried to get on the playpen. And the dad jumped on top of the bed and body slammed the little tiny baby
Yeah.
to save it because the whole trailer was about to go, and they were able to get the other toddler, the one that had flew out, in the playpen. The mother tried to get, and it was a miracle. But the thing is that it does happen, and a good dad or mom is going to try to sacrifice themselves to save their kid, and that's just normal. So you should be proud of that for that. But finally the weather, it hasn't rained in a couple days here. It's been kind of dry, so that's kind of nice. But it's as hot as Hades. I mean, it's like,
but you have eggs now from a new hen.
Yes, I have a hen that's laying now finally, because I don't know why it took so long. It seemed like she was a lot older than that. And maybe she did lay a couple smaller eggs because, I've got 8 nesting boxes. So she might have laid it. But
how old is she?
She is 11 months old, something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Because because the thing is that you're doing it the right way, where they matures over a year. And if people don't know this, welcome to the shit show. Big Chicken makes it that they're not 12 months, 12 weeks.
Yeah.
That's insane. So then all the chicken you have is full of pesticides and hormones.
But see, that's like I was telling Bruce earlier. I have a hen that's sitting on some eggs, and I call it going broody, and she'll sit on some eggs and just be all puff up really flat, fat looking, and peck you if you try to get under there.
Yeah.
And so I have to get under there and get the eggs out and put an X on them so that when another chicken, because chickens will sit on top of another chicken and lay an egg, and that chicken will put the eggs under, and she'll have a whole bunch of them under there. So you can't do that, because that means she won't be able to make sure half of them will be rotten because they won't get the right temperatures and stuff like that. So I have to look under there every day and get pecked at to make sure only the eggs with the X on it are under there. But I lifted her up today, and there was 3 crushed eggs under her. So so the other chickens are fighting with her, apparently. So if the other 3 that she has right now don't hatch after the second, because I marked on my calendar, the second would be 21 days, 22 days right in there. Then I'll have to just go and buy some chicks and stick them under there at night. She won't know that she didn't hatch them, but I wanted to hatch out some of Tyson's chickens, the little babies. I wanted to see what Tyson. So I got 1 Tyson egg under there right now, just to see what it looks like compared to her, because I know that she was injected with all those hormones to make her extra juicy.
I call me a dick, but I'm okay with them putting chickens on a speed plan.
No, I understand that. The thing is, because those chickens aren't meant to ever go on a farm.
No.
This one fell out of a truck. Okay, with
shit.
And I rescued her, and her beak was cut off and all that.
Oh,
I had to
God.
feed her and all that. Remember, they cut their beak, but it's like fingernails, so they grow back. But I had to feed her and water her because no water would stay in her scoop, because she didn't have a scoop. It had a hole on the end. See,
God,
so I had to feed her, fix her boo boo, and get her everything. But she's huge, and all she would do is just stand by the food bowl and eat all day. That's all, because she didn't know any different. And after a while, the roosters started going and chasing her out and making her go out, and now she's taking dust baths and doing stuff, but she's still really big. She's a really big chicken. My leghorns are slim and everything.
You fat ass, you gotta go and get your own crickets.
I'll stop talking about this stuff and start showing you guys some stuff. But I'm going to say hi to everybody in the chat. Hi, Crazy. Crazy's here. Thank you for stopping in. And Christopher, thank you for coming in, stopping in. And then Jackie Blue, of course. And Baby Girl is in here. And then I see Bruce wrote something in there. He said, hey, everybody. So thank you for everybody for stopping in. And we have some people over on X, but I haven't seen them write anything, because see the
bullshit. No.
Right,
Crazy's on X.
No, I try to meet anyone else.
Moore.
Yeah, both of them are on X, but the Chris is on, I think he's on X too. But what I'm saying is, see right here on the right-hand side, the chat box on the screen?
The guy runs wrong.
They finally have a chat box so you can see all the different people from Kick and YouTube and all them on the screen for everybody to see. So I think that's really
Welcome
good.
to the shit show. It's Friday the 13th. No, it's not. Just kidding.
No, that was last week.
20th, and I've been telling her for 2 hours to change that.
Change the Chiron now.
Where does it
Shake
say the 13th?
On your
At the
fucking
bottom.
scroll.
Oh, damn it. Hold on. Let me fix it. God, I'm such
Come
an
on,
idiot.
Janet.
Welcome
Program.
to the
I'm
shit show.
sorry. That was from last week. I just turned it on. So let me turn it off. There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
When I turn on my
It's a
scroll
shit
tomorrow
show.
before the game, it's going to say something about the 20 or 14th too. I guarantee it.
Oh my God. I'm such
I
an
hope
idiot.
everybody's having a good night so far.
Well, I feel a lot better. I started taking my Z-Pack, and I just feel really good. 2 more days of taking that, and hopefully I'll be back to normal again.
Did we have a
Well,
week without a celebrity death?
I don't know. No, I saw a couple people had died. I just don't know. I'm not very good with celebrities, but I'm gonna pull
Some of
up.
them are kind of important.
Well, you can
Like
share
who?
it if you know of any.
Jeez.
I
Chris
will.
Pratt? Just kidding. Never mind. I don't know. Jim Caviezel?
But
Mel
I want to
Gibson?
share this because it's so adorable. And who doesn't love a little boy and his dog, right? This is so cute. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Okay, he's a little boy that wants one day he's going to be in the major league. But watch this dog. This
Oh,
dog is
yeah. I
always
like
a
this one.
kid. Watch. He's getting dirt in his hands, and the dog is just ready to go. Oh, it's so adorable. And then he throws the bat, and he runs like he's running the bases, and then he slides in home. And his pants are about to fall out. And that corgi's got that ball. He's like, come on, get it up there. Let's do it again. Oh, I just love it. Look at him. He's going to get some more dirt.
Oh, dear. That's crazy.
You can tell he's pays attention to his daddy when his daddy's out here playing ball with his friends.
He's
And
got a
that
good
dog
swing.
Yeah, he's adorable. Oh my God. There he goes. He ran the bases again. So
That's where
cute.
he slides.
But
Very
this is
deliberate
something that people don't seem to, some people do, the lucky ones that realize this is our future right here. This is who's going to take over when we're all gone.
Yeah.
So let the kids be kids. Let them play. Let them explore the world as a child through a child's eyes. And, we need more of that.
Everything is racist. Just kidding.
Oh, I just love it. But then I got another one I want to share. I saw a couple of these because I couldn't help it. I guess maybe it's because, I'm in one of those girl moods or whatever.
What is a girl mood? Oh, now I need to know. What is a girl mood? I want to know.
But this one's another one. But this is a dad who walks out and he's got his little boy and his daughter out in the front. And can you see what she's holding?
Snakes.
It's a snake.
Sonora, come here.
Snake.
What do you got?
No step on snake.
You wild animal? Hey, stop. Quit dragging them. Hold on for a second. What do you got there, kid? You got snakes? Cool.
This is my favorite
Hey,
clip this week.
hey, quit dragging them.
Oh, she's so
Quit dragging them.
Well, they're harmless.
Sonora, come here.
But
what do you got?
She is so cute. And look at her braveness. Look at how brave she is. Not afraid of anything.
Yeah, but the thing is that fear is taught.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. And the way daddy's talking is if mom would have come running out screaming at the top of her lungs, and then she would be afraid. See? But look, dad handled it really good. And the brother is, he's afraid. He's scared more than his sister because he's older and he's learned a little more. But the fact that he was
coddled by his mother.
He's still being a big brother, to his little sister. I just love this. I just wish we had more of these types of videos that come out because this is living right here. This is real life.
Yep.
And this kind of stuff's going to happen. And I think it's wonderful. It helps me have faith in the world again, that there are parents out there that are trying to let their kids be kids. And I wish we could I just wish we could do it for every kid in the world, but we can't. We can't be there for all of them. But there was a couple other interesting videos before we get started on the shit stuff. I thought this was interesting. Have you guys seen this underwater jetpack?
Go for it.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. And man, I would try this.
This is the world's first underwater jetpack. It enables you to fly through the water at speeds of up to 3 meters per second. That's the equivalent drag of over 180 miles per hour in air.
Really?
Weighing in at only 13.5 kilos, this engineering marvel is ultra lightweight and compact. It clips on in seconds. You steer with your body, so it can't force you down. You're always in control. Thrust, enabled from the handheld controller, is smooth, responsive, and intuitive. The propulsion system, patented, completely unique, engineered for power and efficiency. Battery life gives you 90 minutes in the water, and it takes just 75 minutes to recharge. Almost every component was designed from the ground up by inventor Archie O'Brien, who invested more than 30,000 hours of development. The jetpack is marine life friendly. Wild dolphins love to welcome us as we match their agility and movement. Between dives, the whole system floats, so you can rest on the surface or cruise on your back to the next launch point. You can even launch from land straight into the water like nothing else on Earth.
Okay, I wanted to pause it. What is interesting about this, because the first thing I thought of was when you saw him underwater and he's swimming almost like a dolphin and he was right next to those rocks. Well, my luck, I'd ram into the rocks and be unconscious and die. So you would definitely have to take some kind of course or be in very good shape to try something like that for that speed that he was going. Because I could see a lot of people, crashing, like the guy jumping off of the dock. And what my luck, I'd go straight to the bottom, whammo, something like that. Because I am not a lucky person.
No,
But,
I don't see that. I actually see something different. Like you're swimming along and you're having fun. Maybe you're fucking with dolphins, and then all the dolphins scatter, and you're like, "What's going on? Where'd they go?"
No.
And then fucking orca comes up from underneath you and takes your kidney.
Yeah, or takes your whole body because you've seen them go up and out of the water, right?
That is the only issue that I have, because to any other aquatic life form that could be a predator out there, you could be prey. More so than just a human just floating there. You're actually like causing more movement. That's the
You're
only
going as fast as a dolphin or as a seal.
Yeah, then they'll chase you.
You got the giant shark underneath coming up from the depths. It is, like on Shark Week when you see them strike and they go up out of the water.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I was kind of having a heart attack.
I love it.
But
I
this
think
really
it's great.
cool.
This is a way for us to have a human bobber get more evasion. But in the end, you get eaten because
It's
you're
strong enough
recharging
to
your
go
little pack. You're recharging, or you're floating on the surface waiting for your friends to meet up with you. And then Jaws or Orca comes and snags you.
Yeah,
Right.
I just thought that was really interesting because I've never seen anything like that before. And the fact that they're promoting it and letting people be able to purchase it. And I'm sure they're going to have some kind of classes or whatever for you to learn how, because like you said, it's all on the handheld thing that's hooked to the pack. Thank goodness, because my luck, I would let go of it and drop it to the bottom.
I'm a giant pussy. I don't even fly anymore. I'll just drive places or take a train. But
Yeah.
I really don't like the idea of going over the ocean. It's not that I'm fearful of the ocean. I just respect the animals in it because, I don't know, they're really good at killing things. And I'm a thing. I might be a big thing, but I'm still small compared to, like, the mouth of a shark.
Yeah,
I'm not into that.
I understand that. Yeah, but even squid, I mean, a deep water squid or whatever,
I don't wanna
depending
fuck
on
with
where
that.
you were,
I don't belong there. I don't belong in their food pyramid. I'm good. I'm good over here.
So I just thought it was really cool. I'd never seen anything like it. And I shared the link in the chat for anyone who's interested. It's on Kick and on YouTube on the video. So you can go back later if you want and, just fast forward it till you see that and get the link to share it with people. Because to me, that was really cool. Okay, so now we're going to start getting into some of the shit that's going on. So here is my first thing I want to share. It says 4 men have officially pleaded guilty to a $550 million you said fraud scheme. And Democrats pretended like Elon Musk's exposure of the agency was just conspiracy theory. They use your tax dollars to buy NBA tickets, country club weddings, and laundered millions in cash through corrupt entities. One defendant exploited his position at USAID to line his pockets with bribes in exchange for more than $550 million in contracts. So this is the good shit. This is the kind of stuff that I wish we could see every single day to prove that Trump and his administration are doing the best they can, because there's so much corruption. It's oozing out of every crevice in Washington, D.C.
Well, 4 people are pleading guilty, all part of a $500 million bribery scandal involving USAID. Mike Emanuel has the story from Washington.
Good morning. The scheme involving cash, NBA tickets, and a country club wedding. According to the Justice Department, USAID official Roderick Watson sold his influence starting back in 2013. Contractors Walter Barnes and Daryl Britt funneled payoffs through subcontractor Paul Young to hide their tracks. It doesn't end there. Barnes's company, working in conjunction with another firm, kept receiving federal funds. $5,000 for human resources consulting late last year. And then later, after suing the government, a contract worth up to $800 million. Matthew R. Galliotti, head of the Justice Department's criminal division, saying, quote, their scheme violated the public trust by corrupting the federal government's procurement process. Anybody who cares about good and effective government should be concerned about the waste, fraud, and abuse in government agencies, including USAID. Cutting waste, fraud, and abuse has been a big focus on Capitol Hill across government, a major priority for House Speaker Mike Johnson. The U.S. Agency for International Development has been a target for those looking to trim government spending, with some suggesting the agency funneled taxpayer dollars into ideological projects.
I mean, USAID blew it. They showed themselves to be completely irresponsible. It needs to be redone, and the funds need to be directed properly.
Back to the scheme, the Justice Department says this kind of fraud erodes public trust. Bill?
Wild story, Mike. $500 million. Remarkable. Mike.
Can you guys even fathom what it would be like to have $500 million?
No.
I mean, I can't even imagine.
But the idea that
these people acted like it was just an open wallet for them to just do whatever they want. I mean, because they've gotten away with it for so long. And then we're finally taking it from them. And all you hear is the hate and vitriol because of you and me not wanting them to just blow this money like it's like, here, an open piggy bank. You work your ass off, go to work, you work 3 jobs or whatever and pay taxes. And they're just taking it like, thank you. See you later. I'll be back next week. It's sickening. This is so sickening. And it just makes me so angry.
But the idea that Fox News covers it, but no one else does is disheartening. And that's again, there's no journalism.
Emmanuel, DC for us. Thank you, Mike.
And the good thing is the fact that we are able to share it. You know what I mean? That we on our different platforms are now able to share this stuff. That is one reason why I think it's hurting a lot of these news companies like CNN and some of these others. Not just the fact that they're so full of shit, that they're fake news and all that. It's the fact that so many of us on TikTok and YouTube and Rumble, well, not really YouTube because YouTube doesn't let a lot of us share anything, on X and Telegram and other apps, and we're sharing this stuff. So they don't have to wait and try to see whether or not it's truth or lies on the news on TV, because we're getting it directly from people. Oh, hi, Kronos. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate it. See you there. Thank you. Okay, so the next thing that I brought up, I thought was pretty good. I think it's this one. Hopefully I got the right one. Okay, it says forgot to post this jam. This was something that our Bruce wanted me to play tonight, so I'm going to play it for everybody. So you ready, Bruce?
Yep.
Hey, Drosar, hi. What are we doing?
We are hurry-upping and waiting.
Have you feel like you've hurried up it and waited it enough?
I don't think that this bit is funny at all.
You want to move some sandbags 15 feet that way?
Yeah, Bruce loves this
250th.
guy.
Happy 250th Army.
Yep.
Kronos, I love you, buddy. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I love him. Is it Angry? What's his name again? Angry
Cops.
The Angry Cops. Yeah,
he's taking a little bit of time off from beating up on pedophiles and being an influencer in New York State, and he's going over to the 250th. I saw a live stream earlier. They had the live stream on YouTube up to like 45 minutes of it.
But he's in the military, wasn't he? Wasn't he really in the military once?
Yeah, he's a drill sergeant in reserves.
Okay, yeah, the reserves. So he's still serving our country.
Yeah, he's just a general, all-around good guy, kind of a badass. He's very fun. Angry Cops is on YouTube and other social media. He does really good angry meme reviews. You should subscribe.
Yeah, I really like him, and I would never have heard of him if it wasn't for Bruce. But this was something I've been talking about off and on since the start of the shit show, because we're always talking about, old men picking up young girls and how disgusting that is. And
the way of Laredo.
Yeah, like just say you got a teacher that's in his 40s, and
I missed something. What's going on?
An 18-year-old student, that's in college, right?
Right.
And he's hitting on a student and all that, and they're talking about how perverted and sickening that is. But I feel the same way when it comes to women doing that. A teacher, I would tell people, that there was this teacher, she's 30, okay, and she's hitting on her 12-year-old student or something like that.
Right.
And all the guys say stuff like, wow, if she's hot, I wouldn't mind getting hit on by my teacher and stuff. But to me, it's disgusting because it doesn't matter that she's hot or whether she's not attractive. It's the fact that she's a pedophile. Women can be pedophiles too. When you are attracted to people that aren't even in puberty or just starting puberty and you're in your 30s, you're a disgusting pedophile. So I wanted to share this because every time I see it on the news, and Bruce said something earlier about it, but every time I see this, it makes me want to vomit because guys, regular men, everyday men, Joe Blow out there, sees a pretty teacher like this, you just say, oh, it's okay. It's not going to hurt the kid. Because
it's not okay.
All right. Woman, okay?
I don't care how old she is or how hot she is. One, this happens so much more than what is being reported. It's only being reported because she's physically attractive.
Yeah,
if she was a fucking bloomer wearing woman, if she wore a muumuu to class because she was a 300-pound lol cow and she had a Stitch and Bitch YouTube channel that nobody watched and she decided to fuck a 12-year-old boy, the fucking media would stay silent because there's nothing to see here. She's another blue-haired ugly fuck like us. But whenever they're attractive or they have a semblance of attractiveness and yet, they still decide to go and prey on a 13 or 14-year-old boy or a 9-year-old boy, however old the kid is, it doesn't matter. He's not an adult. He's not able to fucking vote, not able to buy smokes or mom's lotto tickets. He's a fucking child. And because of the fact that it's a child, that's where the line is drawn. And if you have a problem with that, we're like, oh, well, I would think that'd be great because, I'd love to have my boy fucking a gym teacher chick because she's hot. She used to play volleyball. She's got an amazing ass. Well, you're a fucking idiot, and I want to punch the hell out of you. And anybody that wants to fucking have that happen with little boys is a disgusting piece of shit. It doesn't matter if you're the perpetrator or if you're there on the sidelines rooting, yeah, little kid, go fuck that girl, go fuck that girl. You're a piece of shit, okay? And I was like, what about the 49s? It doesn't matter that you don't root for little boys to have their first sexual experience from a fucking selfish, angry, evil twat of even any appreciable beauty quality or lack of. You don't root for that. This is how we lose our society. This is just another nail in our coffin. You
well,
don't let
when you
kids.
walk in your son's bedroom and he's 12, 13, 14 years old, and he's got one of his dad's magazines in there, you're not going to just say, oh, well, it's okay. It's just a magazine. You're going to take it.
Well, there's a difference
No.
there,
A
Janet.
mother is going to say, give me
No.
that magazine.
A mother will say that, yes.
She will take it and she will leave because she sees that magazine as a perversion to her child that should be with girls his own age, because he's looking at a woman.
I would be more than happy to take
your
the
mother
magazine.
would take that from you.
I would be more than happy to take the magazine and not let the kid look at that, stash it in a spot out of the house where the kid can't find it.
Yeah.
I don't have that problem here. Two, if the boy, if like I started masturbating at age 12.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I let my mom know why the fucking stains were appearing in my underwear, that was when the literature started coming to the house in a discreet brown box. And I learned about human sexuality and how your dick works and all this shit that most boys should know. My dad wasn't really great at the topic, but he let me know, like, you're going to experiment. I get that. Keep it in your pants. Don't give us grandkids yet.
Oh, I love his picture. I'm sorry. Look at Bruce's picture.
Amazing.
Oh my God. I love you.
And the magazine, I don't have a problem. It's not that the magazine went and like seduced the boy and said, come fuck me in the closet.
No, I know. What I'm saying is,
it's the boy's decision to crack it open.
As a parent, if you were to walk in or you're cleaning your son's room and you find that dirty magazine, okay, you're going to scold your child about it.
I'm not really going to scold the kid.
Not you, your wife. Okay, the mother of the kid is going to do something. She's not going to just let him have that magazine. I'm telling you.
The magazine's got to go. You got to watch. You got to deal with it the way the rest of us did. And let the kid have a fucking season or two of
this is a grown woman.
The rest of his life.
This is a grown woman. She's taking advantage of someone not old enough to be taken advantage of. Okay, that's the difference. Now I'm going to play this.
She's in a position of trust, which is why I always advocate for, hey, throw your kids in private school or homeschool, because you know for a fact as an adult, you're not going to fucking damage your kids. Their kids are your fucking future.
Woman who police say sent nude photos.
Hold on. Sorry, I clicked on it and started.
No, the thing is that I have a problem with the fact that like this lady went out of her way, and this happens all the time, but we only read about the stories of the hot teacher doing this to kid. There's thousands that don't get reported. And how do I know this? Because the fact so many of these 20-year-old people and 30-year-old people are in fucking therapy right now because some trusted adult whose parents didn't know that they were handing their kid to a pedophile touched their fucking kid. And that's exactly what fucking happened. Unfortunately, it happens all over America and the rest of Western civilization, which is the only civilization I give a shit about. I'm sorry, if you're in a third world dirt country, I really don't give a fuck about you. When you want to join Western civilization, have broadband internet and water that goes in toilets, hey, you can join the rest of us, but I don't give a shit about you. And I keep my prejudice pretty open. That way nobody's surprised. But the problem that I have is that we're Western civilization. We should fucking let kids be kids. Once you turn 18, go ahead and experiment. Go get stupid with the fucking weddings and the marriages and lose all your money in divorce court. Or better yet, keep your dick in your pants and, you know, do what you can for practicing safe sex. Best safe sex is masturbation, not having a partner involve yourself with that, because now you've got two dumb people making shitty decisions and a third one on the way.
Yeah.
I'm an advocate for that. Now, I'm all about the kid can keep a fucking magazine because there's no difference in what the magazine's doing versus what a TV would be doing in his room. I would take the magazine just to be a dick and be like, well, you little shit, you're going to have to watch Heathcliff or some other cartoon and jack off like the rest of us 12-year-olds in Generation X. We had Chitara, we had fucking...
Next time, hide it from your mom. Or something like that.
Yeah, you should hide better. You should learn to hide shit better. And second off, moms are going to find anything and everything. Your fucking drug habit is not exactly, a secret to your parents. Yeah. They know if you're doing a little bit of wacky weed, and if you're doing it in your house away from everybody and being a lazy piece of shit, not being a danger to people in public, your parents are probably happy you're doing that. I'm also a poor fucking person to listen to about parenting. So,
well,
don't
let me play this article real quick about
let's
talking
play
about
the old
women.
white man in front of the TV screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
A woman who police say sent nude photos of herself to a 14-year-old boy now faces a felony charge and potential time in prison.
Good.
According to the Steuben County Sheriff's Office, 22-year-old Ana Maria Milazzo was arrested for sending indecent photos to minors. That's a felony.
And just to think, her
She's also
phone is
charged
full
with
of dick pics right now from guys that never fucked her.
Mm-hmm.
She's got text messages and Instagram messages and Facebook messages of all these dudes that could have fucking plugged her hole and made her happy. But because she had a forbidden fruit like Eve, she had to go bite into that.
Yep. But
Thanks
it's
a
not
lot.
just that. Okay. Well, I talked about this a few times too. Remember the woman who had sex with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of men in 24 hours? Okay. Yeah. She was on OnlyFans or something. Like 600 something men.
I want to know the measurement of her vagina, because now there's a rumor on the internet that
started bleeding and had to go to the hospital because her insides started to fall out. Okay.
That was the amateur that could only handle 562 dicks in one day.
The thing is, the fact that all those men would line up just to poke somebody who just had sex with 500 people is disgusting. I don't want to know anything about any of those men, because any man that thinks that they want to have sex with somebody who just had sex with 500 and something people is disgusting themselves. That's why we are in the position we are. Okay. And now this woman, anywhere she goes, every bar or whatever, she's got to sit on. I don't know what she's going to do, because I don't know how the bar stool's not going to just disappear underneath her, if you know what I'm saying. It's pathetic and disgusting.
Maybe she'll just ride a bike.
The thing is that if men want these kind of women, that's why decent women can't find a decent guy, because where are they? There aren't any. I'm seeing thousands of these people paying money to see people like this. And this sick little woman is trying to make other little boys. And if I'm telling you right now, if she did this to this boy, she's already done it to other boys. Okay, because pedophiles are pedophiles. It doesn't matter when she gets arrested or whatever else, she'll still want to do that to other little boys. She's a pedophile. That's what she is.
She could have had a better future if she would have just been the town bicycle.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's disgusting. But let me finish this real quick.
The welfare of a child. Police say the boy in question is 14 years old. Police say they acted after a resource officer at Greater Southern Tier BOCES got a tip. She is now charged with a felony. That's sending indecent photos to a minor. She's also charged with endangering the welfare of a child. Under New York's no cash bail law, she didn't spend time in jail. She's already out with an appearance ticket for a future court date. A woman who police say sent nude photos.
And they fired her. Okay, so she did get fired. This is in the state of New York. So, man.
Okay, you know what else is in the state of New York? Buffalo. Buffalo's in New York, and there's a fucking big-ass sexual fucking discussion going on up there about how they're going to deal with all the shit being swept under the rug, including sexual assaults and other grievous issues, because the school can't be trusted to have the kids in it. And that's not one school, that's the entire fucking school district.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I was going to say. Isn't this the same state that the angry cops guy was talking about?
Rochester, New York, Buffalo area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, upstate New York. The second largest school district in the state is being under investigation.
I remember
the FBI, because thousands of people on Pepperbox and on YouTube emailed the fucking FBI with a form letter given to them from Pepperbox, because we were wanting to have justice done. Nothing was starting up. The fucking media was stalling. They were just looking at these guys from Pepperbox like, oh my God, these guys are drinking and we're supposed to believe this guy, he's a cop or whatever. And so thousands of us autistic, angry fucking people emailed the FBI or talked to the FBI on Twitter, got a hold of some people, and within 6 hours of that episode airing, people that had called the fucking hotline to get them started with Buffalo, the question was going within 3 seconds, is this about the Unsubscribed podcast and Richard High? Because if it is, we're on the case. We're going to try to help you out. We're going to try to do the right thing. We've had too many people reach out to us. We cannot ignore this.
Mm-hmm.
And Kronos, you're right. All cities suck.
Well, we've talked about this before about how the parents go to the schools to try to defend their kids, and then they're the ones that get arrested. So, yeah, it's disgusting.
Just go to a smaller school. Just take your kid and your money to a smaller school district, and you'll be happier.
But see, remember, I don't remember what president it was, but I remember one of the presidents was trying to get the parents to be able to get a voucher to take the money that would have spent to take it to another school and put your kid in a private school, and then you pay the rest of the tuition. And remember, but remember all the teachers throwing a fit because they didn't want to lose that money because all the parents were wanting to pull those kids out of school. So
I mean, if you have the choice, okay, if Bruce has the choice to send his child to a high diversity, multicultural school where there's a lot of violence and a lot of problems and a lot of fucking gang fights, or I can take my kid to a place like where I went to school, where it's a graduating class of 91 kids after a fucking year after year after year. I'm going to do what I can to move my kid to a small fucking school, let him get to know the teachers, have time in class to ask questions, get to know the people there. When you go to these big schools with thousands of kids, your child's just another number. He's not going to get an education. He's only going to get as much of an education as is required for him to pass a test so they can continue to receive funding, your taxpayer money.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no need for you to keep your kids in shitty inner city school districts. There's no need for that. And I can just label the Buffalo School District as my Exhibit A because that's the one we know about. Now we have this, what's behind the curtain? What else is going on elsewhere? And you should already know it's going on everywhere else.
Yeah, it's going on in a lot of schools, but that's why it's important that the parents try to stay very active in their kids' schools. So, you meet the teachers, you get to meet other people in your school. And most parents that I've ever spoke to, I don't think I've met but one parent ever that said, oh, I've never been to their school yet, So,
Is Emperor in here? Emperor, do you ever go to your kids' schools? I'm just curious. And I ask that because Emperor is usually, the type of guy that he's going to voice his opinion. If he's got something to brag about, he's going to post it.
Really? I have no idea.
I know, right? I mean, it's almost like
he's so soft-spoken.
Yes.
Well, here is the next thing that I thought was pretty interesting. Maha food changes. Have you guys seen this?
I'm sorry, Janet. What did you say? I was chewing on my magic spoon.
Oh, sorry. What magic spoon? This was the other topic that I thought was pretty interesting because you don't see a lot of this. It's on the news, but it's only on like one channel. People don't share it because it's not a one that's going to get them 100,000 clicks or anything. But I still think it's important. I think that parents and people that are wanting to get healthier, take better care of themselves, should know about these things. It says a list of food companies removing chemicals from their products or swapping to healthy ingredients. Okay, so I'm going to play this for you. This is on the news. It says Maha food changes, make America healthy again.
Food brands are making changes to their products as the Trump administration pushes to make America healthy again. So take a look. We start with General Mills. They're removing artificial food dyes from U.S. cereals and the foods that they send to our schools, K through 12 schools. That's going to happen by next summer. This is going to happen by the end of 2027. They're removing all artificial dyes completely by the end, like I said, of 2027. They make Trick cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Cheerios, Rice Chex, the things that are probably in your pantry. Also, Kraft and Heinz, they're saying goodbye to the artificial dyes by the end of 2027. Includes Jell-O, Capri Suns, Kool-Aid, and Crystal Light. Then the In-N-Out Burger, they removed artificial dyes from strawberry shakes and pink lemonade, and they replaced it with the beet juice and turmeric instead. Their focus is on the red 40 and the yellow 5. Also, the high fructose corn syrup, they're replacing that with natural sugar. Then let's take Steak and Shake. Instead, they're using the beef tallow fat. We've heard RFK Jr. talk a lot about this. Instead of the vegetable oils to make their French fries, their onion rings, and their chicken tenders. And the tallow fat, it's still unsaturated, but it is a lot healthier than the heavily processed seed oils. Then all the spices in your cabinets. McCormick, many of those in my cabinet are made by this brand, working to remove artificial food dyes and sodiums. Their focus is on the red dye number 3, which has been linked to cancer concerns.
Awesome. See, there stuff's happening behind the scenes every day. Okay. Just because it's not on all the news, people don't know that they're doing these things. They don't know what's already taking effect, that they're already pushing this stuff, unless people like us share it with people so that they can see, hey, look, see, RFK Jr. is doing something. Okay.
You want to know something?
Yeah.
It's not fast enough.
No, I know it's not fast enough for me.
But you know why? Because all these companies are not exclusive to the United States, and they are every other country. They need to comply to the standard that's set out there. Mm-hmm. So it's very easy. They did it. Trix or Apple Jacks, whatever. The Canadian versus the United States. They produce it already. Just change over. That's all you need to do. There's no we need to do this. It's going to be to change out. No. You do it now. You've already. If you're doing it, you're doing it here because you can. And now now there's, again, how'd you say it? The vast majority of people have agreed. That's why MAHA exists. Mm-hmm. So this is what we're doing. We have people decided. But again, the fact that other governments have already done this and they've implemented it in Europe and Canada, when I hear them say 2027 and going, are you serious? It's this summer, we're doing it this year.
But the difference is, there's a difference now though that there wasn't before.
Right.
Look at what I'm doing. I found out I was having rashes and stuff, and I was like, I'm sick of all these rashes. I don't know what's going on. So I went and had a blood test because I said, well, could it be gluten or could it be this? And they said, well, it cost me like $500 to find out, but they had to test me to see what it was, and then found out that I'm allergic to wheat. Gluten. So I'm changing my diet. It's hard because I have to read every label. I have to go through all this stuff. And it's working. Okay?
Yeah, but there's a video out there on X, I believe, of a guy going to Europe, saying, you know what? All the time I eat bread in America, I have problems. Here I don't. It's the same thing again. It's basically, you are not allergic to the wheat. You're allergic to the processed wheat that is made. That's in the vast majority of food. Mm-hmm. That's why it's like, I want to get whole grain, I want to make real bread. If you do that, it'll go bad right away because it's not preservative, but it's going to be the most rich, good food for you. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The good thing is, the reason I think this is good, even though it's going to take the government this much time to force these people to get rid of this stuff, the fact that we're talking about it, okay, and more parents are finding out about it, and they're getting more involved in what they're putting in their kids' lunches, what they're buying for their kids to eat, what they're cooking at home. All those things are slowly changing. So before 2027, most of these people, or half of them at least, won't be even eating it. See what I mean? Yeah. So we're making a difference. It's just slow. We just have to share the information as much as we can get it and make sure we share it. Because if we do that, we are helping people. And that, to me, is the most important thing. Because if I can get one person a week or that watch my show to stop doing something that is not good for them, then I feel like I'm winning. Okay?
All right. Well, I put in the chat, potassium bromate is one of the chief ingredients that commercial breads will have in them. And that causes bloating. A lot of people, causes your itching. Mm-hmm. And you can get a bread riser. You can get a bread maker.
Yeah, I bought a bread maker.
Right.
So
right.
King Arthur's unbleached bread flour won't be hurtful to you. There's other flours out there that you can use. They even have a gluten-free pizza flour, so you can have your pizzas again, Janet.
I can order pizza now. Well, I can go to certain restaurants and get pizza without gluten. But what's sad is I went to Atwood's today to get a couple things that I needed, right, for my chickens and stuff. And they got all this wonderful candy out, all over the place. So I'm running around and I see all these different licorices, green and pink and red and black and mixed colors. And I'm picking them up the packages and it says wheat flour.
Yeah.
I can't have any of it.
Yeah.
So, but guess what? Before
investigate
I
that
didn't
harder.
read the label. See,
That
I didn't
there's
even
certain
read
wheat
the
flours
label.
that you can have because they don't have the potassium bromide or other additives in there. Wheat flour just means it's flour made from.
What about sourdough?
Yeah. What about ciabatta bread?
It just depends. I have to read the ingredient list. If it says
Well, no,
wheat
but you
flour,
make it yourself. You make your own sourdough mix.
I am making my own stuff, but most of the stuff that I'm making is cinnamon, some kind of cinnamon bread and banana nut bread and
Whiskey
a few other
bread?
things.
Just kidding.
So I can make some really good stuff because I'm buying the little bags. It's a kit.
Whiskey or bourbon? What is it? What is it, Bruce?
I have a little bit of this lovely 9-year Knob.
Oh my! Oh, okay. Knob Creek. That's cool. That's good.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite whiskeys, and it's pretty affordable. So they say it's a low tier whiskey, but I'd say it's at least 3-star out of 5. This will get the job done.
There you go.
Well, hope you sleep good tonight.
And a nice cigar.
This was another thing that I saw that I thought was, wow, this is interesting. Who owns this building? That will the question, the answer to your question as to why. Breaking: Kari Lake exposes new story on massive corruption in D.C. Because a lot of people were saying, what happened to Kari Lake when she didn't win the senator position, right, in Arizona because of the election problems they were having. So now I know what she's been doing. This is what she's been doing. So I think this is interesting. So let's listen to Kari Lake tell you about this building.
Hi, America. I'm here in Washington, D.C. as Senior Advisor at United States Agency for Global Media. I'm working on behalf of you and President Trump and his administration, and I have been on the job for a couple of weeks now, and I'm horrified by some of the things I'm learning about this agency. I'm sitting here on the 13th floor of a shiny, brand new, beautiful skyscraper building that is costing you, the taxpayer, a fortune. The Biden administration folks who were running this agency before, right before they left office, signed a brand new lease for this building, a 15-year lease that's going to cost the taxpayer nearly $250 million. Here's the kicker. They already have a building that they're located in that is paid off, that they could have renovated or updated, but they chose instead to get us into a lease that's costing the taxpayer a fortune. I know that every one of you out there is working hard and parting with your tax dollars. You're expecting it to be used wisely, not misused and mismanaged. And I can tell you that this building is a colossal waste of money. Take a look at what's in this building. Fancy conference rooms with wall-to-wall windows. There's 26 conference rooms, at least, that's what I've counted, in this building. There are 4 bridges to nowhere, massive waterfalls, Italian marble finishes everywhere, leather furnishings, all of this being paid for by the American taxpayer. And it's not the only thing we've seen. We are seeing grants where they've taken the grants and they've changed the contracts just days before we got in here to make it less transparent for us to find out where the money's going and what's happening with these grantees. It was an obvious sign that they wanted to keep us from finding out anything that we could possibly go in and change and make better for the American taxpayer. I want you to know I'm hard at work here in Washington, D.C. I'm working to make sure that we are not being bilked out of our hard-earned dollars. And we're going to make sure we're doing everything we can to cancel contracts that can be canceled, save money, downsize, and make sure there's no misuse of your dollars.
Wow. I was really surprised when I saw that. It was like there was a last minute bash, run, do it, go. Everybody run to these places and rent. Here's some checks, start paying, sign these contracts. It was like they were trying to spend every dime they could possibly spend.
They always do that.
before Trump got in the White House. But did you hear what she said?
Yeah.
Over $500 million.
Yeah.
For one building that nobody's in. See, what the people I'd be looking into is I would get the name of the person that we're renting it from and ask them in an interview and say, are you going to let us out of this lease now that you know that we don't need it and it's a waste of money? You know, this kind of thing. And put them on air. Put them on TV. Put them on the spotlight and just see if they'll say, no, we're not going to.
Yeah, the person out there who's really exposing other things out there is Data Republican on X, really doing a lot of exposing of things that are going on. And it is horrific the amount of waste is going on here. There was one payment, I believe it's like $999,999,999. It's crazy. And I'm going, are you serious?
This is scary.
Almost $1 trillion, but in the end, they bleach bit the files as they go out, so there's no traceability. But there will be. I'm literally well, I don't know. A lot's going on where it's just like every day you see things like this, or you see everything that we've talked about so far. You see people when you going back to the sex thing real quick.
Yeah.
They put it out there so that you believe that they're doing something, but there's still 300,000 children that we know are missing, 20 million plus people that are here illegally. Some of them are children that have just been trafficked here, and that's out the door. We can complain, we can bitch and moan about the ATM fee of $3 and have throw a fit, but this is beyond. It's basically the scene from They Live when you have the dollar bill. This is your God. If we are following a very dark path and we have to fix it now. And there are people that are doing it. But again, here's where it comes down to what's your legacy? What do you want to have your life? And I've been, I'm not feeling well. And again, I want to fight on. So this is the new challenge. The new challenge is, what are you going to do? And Emperor had mentioned it before. What are you going to do? I'm not going to run for office, because again, even though I would love to, but I don't really have a home yet. I don't have anything. I never had a home. I've always been a wanderer. But now I'm basically going to say this is it. This corruption has to stop. Everything is performative. It is insane. And even the news is performative. They talk about they trot out morning. Hey, good morning. Let's talk about this and do this. And it's all it's a minstrel show. It's the stage of the absurd. And this what you see here, Carrie Lake, she's Voice of America trying to get the media out there, but again, they're not going to listen because they don't want to know about this. They want the corruption to go on.
I'm sharing it. That's why I'm sharing it on my timeline. That's why I'm putting the links in here. Hopefully people will share it. And if my stuff channel grows, more people see it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that's all we can do. I know you're doing it, and Bruce is doing it, and we're all doing it as much as we can. Because I have 4 sisters, and they're not watching the show.
Oh shit.
And then I'll share it in my sister chat, and they'll say, I never heard about that before. So I'm like, hey,
If you would have been in the fucking chat, you would have known about it last Friday.
But the thing is, I'm trying, I'm trying to make a difference. And
there's too many people that will watch this.
I know I drive some people crazy. But,
yeah, and the thing is that here is how ironic it is. A disabled person's going to say, I'm standing up. Yeah, I'm hurting right now because when I went to go walk over there, I fell down.
Oh.
Hit my shin. I cut it. It's fine. I'm putting pressure on it right now. I'm fine. It just, yeah. It just, when I that's why I wanted to come back, is this is interesting, because it's like they go out, waste money like this on a building they don't need, and then they do all these shenanigans because it's money laundering.
Yeah.
When you see a Picasso go for this, or this,
find out who they're leasing this from. That
Yeah.
person is in on this.
Yes.
That person is in on this. And all the other buildings that they're finding that they're trying to clear out and getting people moved out and all this stuff, because you got a building they're paying millions of dollars a month for, and it's got, 100 people in it. Stuff like that. It's ridiculous. It's everywhere. But this next thing I want to bring up, I thought was pretty interesting right here. Okay. It says, to those freaking out that President Trump is selling federal land to build housing, just know this is a direct reversal to the 2030 agenda to seize more land. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. I'm not going to read all of it.
Away from this.
Yeah, I'm going to play the video. So hold on. Sorry, it started playing when I was moving it. And then I'm going to share the link so everybody else can, jump in, when you get a chance to share it or whatever. But I appreciate if you would just listen to some of this stuff, because if you listen and you read it like this every day, once a day, when you're taking a poop or whatever, when you have 5 minutes, you can do this. You can read it and research it and know about something that when you are somewhere else, you can talk about it to someone else that may not have never heard of it. That's another way that we can help, is getting more people informed. And the only way to do that is by listening it to yourself and sharing it with someone. Here we go.
Our own government is learning how, but it goes much further. The UN has proposed something called the 30 by 30 agenda. You really need to read up. We are 6 years away from this. On this document as well, in essence, the globalists of the world have a plan to seize 30% of all land on planet Earth and all water. The words private property will not matter. They do not matter to these people. But as ludicrous as that sounds, you need to learn about this because it is spreading everywhere. The European Union is implementing it as we speak. This is not a conspiracy theory. It is happening now. California, by the way, is using the exact same language. And Joe Biden's first salvo of executive orders mentions conserving 30% of our lands and waters by 2030. Now, you might be wondering, what's with the arbitrary number of 30%? How would they know that's beneficial to the planet? Well, this isn't about conservation. It's about taking. Now the question is, how do you do that in the United States? Well, you do it through something called the Sustains Act, which was signed into law as part of the Consolidated Appropriations Act last year. You know, that omnibus that we always have to rush through? Mm-hmm. It allows the government to receive private funds to advance conservation programs. Kind of sounds like the seizing of American assets, even privately owned, just became one of the biggest public-private partnerships in human history. The Sustains Act looks to assign environmental services that are provided on privately owned land. Now, what are environmental services? Well, they could assign whatever they want from your land. Does your property contribute to pollination? Photosynthesis. Does your property have a lot of trees so it affects the air that we breathe, the water that we drink, other health type benefits? It's all being monetized through a relationship between private investors like Bill Gates and the government. And it all occurs without the landowner. This is already U.S. law. This is the seizing of America's real assets without the consent of the people that actually own the land. And it's all being done in line with the goals of the international organization like the United Nations 30 by 30. Did you vote for it? Were you ever explained what this was? Did anybody ask for your opinion? Of course not. You hired representatives. And according to the World Economic Forum, that was your part. So now the representatives take it from here. They don't have to ask you anymore.
Scary, isn't it? It's very scary. that you work just like I was talking about. Wasn't it last week, Bruce, that we were talking about that land in North Carolina that they're trying to take by eminent domain?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what's sad. Okay, is that we have slowly handed more and more and more of our rights, not even understanding that we're handing it away, because they got a bunch of lawyers that sit there and figure out ways to take things from you without you even realizing they're taking it. See what I mean? Because we don't go to school to become lawyers. We're going to school for whatever job that we have that we're paying our bills with. So they're taking advantage of us because we voted for them. So that's what I'm saying. We have a president right now that said what he wanted to do for us, and he's doing everything in his power to do it. He's done a ton of things already through executive orders and other ways to get things passed that he said he was going to do for us. How many presidents have we had that have done that in our lifetime that we know of?
Oh, lifetime, no.
Okay. Not very many. Are you getting where you're gonna have to?
Yeah, I gotta get this taken care of. I'm just like, it's hurting a lot now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Hey, Ruben, do you have a poultice in your freezer?
A who?
A poultice. Do you ever like? I've got poultices in my freezer. It's a herbal application that literally you bind to your skin. I recommend that. I would look into those.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. I'm tired. It just, I tripped. I tripped. Damn it, hurts a lot. Yeah, but no. I'm sorry, everybody. You know, I just wanted to say no. But the thing is that this is what I'm saying. It's the further corruption of America, and it's all part of the distraction. It's basically like our distractions are, of course, our bills, are this, are that, blah, blah, blah. But it's the performative aspect of the news, entertainment, all this other stuff, everything. We have to wake up. The time is now to do something. And I think basically, it's time for me to do something about it. If I am to be the only person that start doing it and going, what are y'all doing? It's just like insane. I don't know what it is. It's going to be, I don't know. I am just about to do something that's going to basically change the world per se. I'll be an idiot, screaming in the wind. Who knows?
Wow.
Anyway, guys, we'll take care. I'm going to take care of this cut and we'll talk to you next week. Take care, guys.
Okay.
Talk to you soon, bud. Get
Thank
that wrapped
you so
up.
much.
Yes.
Take care of yourself.
Bye.
Bye. But we've talked about it a few times about how to make sure that you read the contracts before you sign them. What are you not getting? That's one reason why I would never live in one of those communities where if you can't have a flag and you can't plant a tree without getting permission, and you're the one paying the taxes and everything on the property, but yet you can't make any rules on it. Stuff like that is ridiculous. So I would never have bought a piece of property with those kind of rules around it.
Oh, that's why you're smart and you wouldn't live in an HOA.
Definitely never.
And there's a conspiracy going on right now about this. My boss and I are fending off attempts to be bought out because the company we worked for has an investor class that they're going out and trying to grab all these small guys like us and throw them under their banner. And that would mean I'd be out of a job or I'd have to go work for this company I just left. And they're always talking about, well, it's the investors. Well, fuck the investors, okay? Fuck them. Because the investors are backed by BlackRock or other shitty Wall Street firms that have no invested interest in what you do. They're just there to get their sales down and to move on. Once they buy you and 10 of your competitors and put them underneath this giant corporation, now you've got this crappy service, which should be something done with a little bit of care and should be kind of homogenized with safety and such. But now they're doing it for the lowest dollar, and the services you were getting are drastically cut into. You're not really seeing the same level of care. The guys don't give a shit about it. But we're finding this all over San Antonio, where our competitors are selling out and are going to this giant company, which we just left, and BlackRock's behind it, or companies like BlackRock. But I suspect BlackRock, because they've been kind of pushed out of the real estate game. Their gig was discovered, and now they're going after mom and pops. They're going after people. I even tweeted about this earlier this week and had zero traction from it. I should have promoted it, but it's something that's happening, not just here in San Antonio, but I fear probably nationwide. And a lot of people don't really care. They just want their grease traps or septic tanks pumped. But yet it's going to foster a mentality that, it's not going to be customer service led. It's going to be just profit fed. And these guys are doing crappy jobs for low wages. They don't care what the legal status is of the drivers unless it causes them uncomfortable problems. And it just makes me sick. But that's the deal. We've got waste management systems and Liquid Environmental that are out there trying to buy up our companies. And me and my boss haven't pissed off everybody we wanted to piss off yet. So no, we're going to stay in business, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure we make their lives miserable and keep rolling our trucks.
Yeah, but see, the difference between you and another group of people that might own a business that they're trying to take is the fact that you have taken your time to look into what your legal rights are. You know what I'm saying? Okay, a lot of people, they'll buy a business, they're running it, and all they know is what they're doing. You know what I mean? They don't really know that much about any of the background or different forms or any of that other stuff. They wait on a secretary or someone else to take care of that stuff. And that's why if you buy a home or you buy a car or you have insurance, let's say dental, eye care, whatever, you should read all that stuff. If you're the one going to that doctor and you have it for your kids and stuff, you should try to understand as much of it as you can, because then when the time comes that it's time for you to pay the bill, or they're saying we can't cover that one thing out of all the things that you've been paying for 5, 10, 15 years, and they're saying the one thing that happens that you happen to have is the one thing that's not covered. Why? See what I mean? You'll understand a little more of how to deal with something when you're told that, hey, we're not going to pay you for that, for your car or whatever it is, simply because the wording or whatever it is. It's important that we know what we're signing. It's important that we know what we're paying for every month. I remember it was like 20 years ago or whatever. I remember my mother asking me, Janet, come look at this. What is this on my bill? And I was like, what do you mean? She goes, what are all these little things? So we started looking up all these little, fees, like $2.85 for this and $6.10 for this. And she goes, I didn't call any of these numbers. I don't know what this is. And I go, these aren't phone numbers. These are like fees they're adding to your service. So I started looking it up. And one of them, okay, believe it or not, somehow a person in a prison had gotten my mother's number and was charging, was like $7.12 every month was being paid to this person in prison to pay for his part of his commissary. So somehow someone was able to buy phone numbers and sell them to prisoners, and they were using that number to make sure that they were getting money for cigarettes, whatever it was.
Bigot, Janet. You and your mom are just bigots. You're not thinking of the prisoners. Just think of those poor.
I know, but the thing is, somebody on the outside figured out a way that worked for the phone company, that if I can get these phone numbers and add it to these bills, people don't even look at your bill. They don't even look at what you're paying for each month. You just write a check, or you just automatically have it drafted, right? Yep. See, that's part of the problem. When you don't know what you're paying for.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. See you later. But the thing is, it's our responsibility. If you're paying a bill each month, do you know what you're paying for? Like when you go through your bill and your cable bill seems to get bigger and bigger every month, right? And you're like, what the hell is this shit? I don't watch any of these channels. Why am I having to pay extra fees for all this shit that I don't watch? Then you go and you try to change your contract, and they're saying, well, you have to do this. We can sell you another package deal, like to move it around. Every which way they can screw you, they're going to try to. And the only way you're going to know about it is that if you actually read your bills. That's why I always ask for a printout. I ask a paper copy to be mailed to my house so I can, because it's online, yeah, that's convenient, right? But are you going to sit there on your computer and read 25 pages?
Have you seen my computer screen?
Yes.
Janet, I use this television for everything.
Yeah,
So
I know. I see you on it a lot.
I will use this TV screen to watch everything on it. And
you do read your bills and everything on there?
I read everything on here.
Okay, well, you're not everybody. I'm
also
you,
a
most
dick.
people do not read their bill. I guarantee you, half the people in our chat right now haven't read their phone bill or bunches of other bills to see how many fees that they're paying. That they're wondering each month, why is my electric bill gone up, or why is this happening, or why is that? But I guarantee they haven't sat and tried to see how many fees have been added and things like that. The only
I
way
bet our chat hasn't been to a fucking town hall meeting as to protest why are we allowing the electric company to jack up our rates, which goes up every fucking year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paying for your solar fucking experiment. I'm paying for your fucking wind experiment, but yet I get to pay more. Why? Why is my wattage costing me more and more dollars?
Time,
every fucking year.
Your cable, like I remember we had cable where I used to live, okay, and like 4 days a week it didn't work. The rest of the time, so what I started,
the U.S. government give billions in free aid to Israel every year. Politicians never mention that.
Yeah,
dude, I want IPAC to close down. I want them to fall apart and look like the fucking Iraqi Republican Guard. Okay, I want them to completely get eradicated. Fuck off. Okay, I don't like these other little fucking entities outside of my sphere of influence taking our fucking money. That's my fucking problem. So I have a real issue with Act Blue, APAC. They're all the same faggot communist people anyway. Mm-hmm. Nobody gives a fuck about them in America. And if we had the chance to strangle these people, throw them in a wood chipper, only the fear of lawfare keeps them alive. That's what you need to understand. Lawfare is the only thing keeping America chained to this bullshit going on.
Yeah,
no matter
what you Trump just said.
I haven't seen my money go up on my fucking accounts yet. I haven't seen that happen. I haven't seen anything happen from fucking Doge. I want more fucking changes happening, and I'm willing to go to a fucking rally or two and scream at a politician or their fucking thick necks and be like, you guys need to do your fucking job. Because if not, I'm going to find somebody else that will do your job, and I'll send them to fucking Washington. Fuck you.
Well, what you said was 100% true.
What?
Because when you said nobody gives a shit about this crap. Okay, well, they don't. Okay, that's why they sneak around behind your back and put it on your bill. Okay, because they know you're busy. You have 2-3 jobs. You got kids. You got all this other shit going on.
I'll tell you what, you can save $60 a month right now.
Do what?
You might not. You might not save the. You won't like what I have to say, Janet. I know for a fact. But you have a gym membership, and you go there multiple times a week. 60% of all these gyms are only open because they have people that don't go. They get in on the first of the year, and then after the second week of January, they're like, I'm going to go home and watch fucking.
I have 2 of them right now in my family. I have 2 sisters that are paying for monthly membership, and I've seen them 3 times. I go every other day because I'm getting my money's worth. And guess what? I signed up for one of those things where you drive through the drive-through car wash and you get to use the vacuum cleaners and all that.
Yeah, I have that.
$20 a month. But guess what? I go like every 3 days. They see me and are like, oh, Jesus,
When I went there, Grumpy, why can't we? There's no reason why we're not allowed to fucking take these fucking CIA hacks and ship them in there and get some good fertilizer for fucking tomato patches. I don't understand why it's not happening. I don't know why more Americans aren't pissed off. But you know what? We have an anti-Trump day.
They're not pissed because they don't know what's going on because they're too busy living their lives trying to take care of stuff. That's the problem.
Saddled with fucking bills and charges that you really can't afford. And all this shit is just it's satanic. It's fucking satanic. These people that are involved with this shit They're not going to churches with you. And if they do go to church with you, they are going through the motions. These fuckers worship Moloch and Baal and all these Old Testament pieces of shit. And they worship their elite overlords who are the same shitty fucking satanic people that I just fucking mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all that's going on. These guys are completely against everything that Western civilization stands for. The year of 2019 was the worst year for the Soros family because middle America was getting ahead for once. And heaven forbid you and I have fucking funds to retire on and I have to fucking work at Walmart in our retirement for 20 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
Logic, not just AIPAC, all of them. All of them. I want the lobby class done, destroyed. What's that mean, Bruce? Don't you love big oil? I love big oil because I love the lubricant for our nation's economy. But I don't need them to go out to fucking Washington and smoke pole when there's other ways this can happen. We can get our fucking money freed up from this bullshit. One, if we got rid of the Rothschild fucking banking system, that'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
But you start talking like that, and then you get fucking deleted, or Hillary Clinton comes over to visit. You know what happens there?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, but the thing is, that's why I one of the reasons why I wanted to start the Friday Night Shit Show, because there's going to be shit every week, every single week of our lives. It doesn't matter who's in charge, who the president is or isn't president. In your state or in your state next to you or your dad's state or your cousin's other state or somewhere, there's some shit going down that we need to know about. And the only way you're going to know is if somebody gives you the information and you can share it with someone else. That's going to always happen.
The problem with Glenn Beck isn't Glenn Beck. It's the fact that he belongs to a organization, the Mormon Church, Latter-day Saints, that most people don't have a fond opinion of. And it was legal for you to kill a fucking Mormon in Missouri up until 1956. They changed it. Now it's, it was no longer labeled a hate crime, or was never labeled a hate crime. They made it a hate crime after 56 because they realized all of the Mormons left. The people with rich money, the Utah Jews, are now in Utah instead of being Missouri Jews, because that's kind of what happened. Missouri was not a good stopping point for the Mormon Church, but it was okay for you to treat them badly because they had kind of pissed off a lot of people in Missouri, like everybody, and they shipped them off to Utah, or they fled to Utah. But it was kind of interesting if you do studies on the Mormon Church, like there's still some things there that are like this is worrisome. And Glenn Beck belongs to that church. That's his faith. That's his religion. But I do have a problem with so much American dollars going to these religious zealots of either Israeli or Mormon faith. Glenn Beck himself, he's a fantastic guy. I love his work. I'm a paying member of the Blaze. I've got both it on this PC and on my phone, and that's two bills that I know that I probably shouldn't have, but I'd rather have both of them because I get to read up on stuff that he doesn't talk about on the Blaze. They only have a 24-hour news cycle. They can't put everything in it. And two, the things that are on the Blaze are worth watching 9 times out of 10. Liz Wheeler, she puts on some good stuff. I found out about the Colony Ridge in Houston. They're Glenn Beck. And that there is something that's probably going on everywhere. But only because it gets discovered here, you think it's just a Texas thing. It's a Houston thing. And what's going on is that you have a private investor, and he goes in, he takes a parcel of land, they put a whole bunch of houses up, and then they offer mortgages for people that are not American, and they advertise in Spanish or other non-English means. And so you have an entire subdivision of people that are living 7 to 10 people per house, of 3-bedroom houses that are 10, 12 foot away from each other. And it's one of the highest crime areas in all of Houston. Houston police ain't going there. And Colony Ridge, that's the blueprint for what they're doing. And a house like that, I should be living in. I should be living in a house with a nice fence and enough room for a dog and my wife and I to do our stuff, for us to do our crafts and have our chickens. But instead, because everything's going up and up and up in price, because we're allowing this shit to happen, we need we need more warriors on the ground. We need more warriors to think about this shit throughout the year and not just worry about it on election day. Because there's a lot of things that happen, and because people blindly turn on the radio and just listen to what the fucking programming feeds you, they think they get the news. They're not getting shit. The only thing you need to worry about is the weather. That's it. And if you're hunting for news, then look for other places. As much as people don't like InfoWars, listen to Alex Jones. He's been right more often than fucking CNN has. Logic's finest. We don't disagree, dude.
That's 100%. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love Jews. I have no problem with Palestinians as long as they remain unexploded. But they only explode once, thankfully. But I'm not a big fan of that entire mentality in the Middle East, and all that I see is just like we're being used. And everybody.
That's another thing I wanted to say real quick while you're talking about this. We're the youngest country in the world.
Oh yeah.
But why are we expected to pay all these other countries' bills? They're not paying any of our bills.
You remember, you know who broke the back of the Barbary pirates? It was us. It was the United States. Other than that, you had the Barbary pirates going out and taking tribute from everybody, raping, pillaging, killing people. It was the United States Navy that destroyed the Barbary pirates. And that, not enough love from the other nations was given to us for breaking their spine. And now we have all this other shit going on, which is basically piracy. They're raiding your fucking wallet. Mm-hmm. You guys, you have to get more involved. We all have to.
Yeah, we all should. We do the best we can to get involved in a little more about what's going on in our environments.
You only have 24 hours a day. I get it. And you have to raise kids or families, etc. I understand.
Take care of your parents.
Still be involved with your local town and being an asshole at the fucking town board meetings, making sure they don't try to drop an unsanitary plant right next to your fucking house and causing wastewater to be spilled all over your area. Let professionals handle that outside of the fucking city boundaries. And it just, you need to protect your land on multiple fronts. Mm-hmm. The things that are yours, you're not fighting hard enough for.
Well, this next thing I thought was pretty interesting. I wanted to bring up. Remember, we've had a couple of oversight committees that have been put together for different things under this administration to try to find out what happened, where the money went or why certain things happened in the last, 4 years that Trump wasn't in office. And we're starting to hear about it now. We're starting to hear about some of the results of things that are starting to come out. And I try to share as much as I can. I try to share the links so that when you have time, you can go look and find out more. Maybe dig around. And I put the shit show chat in the chat, the shit show email, so that you can send me stuff. If you find more information on anything that you've seen on the show, I'd love it if you send it to us, because I'll share it with everybody that's in the shit show chat. And we can try to dig up as much as we can. But see, I do as much research as I can. I'm on my computer every day trying to find stuff. And sometimes I don't get it right. Sometimes I make mistakes. I find something at the link and I'm like, I think it might be real, but it may not be. And I didn't have time to look, and I'll share it anyways. Okay. But I always tell people, please look into it and see what you can find out. And I've had many people who have been able to come back and tell me, yeah, this is what it was for real, and this wasn't real, blah, blah, blah. So, but I listen and I do try to share that because, I don't think I'm a genius. I don't think I know everything. I want to learn. I want to know as much as I can about everything that's going on around me, because I want to leave a better place when I die, for my kids and my grandchildren and my grandkids one day. I want them to have a better life and a better understanding of what's going on and what our government's doing. So, but this is interesting. It says the Oversight Project's research has found that Biden White House first deployed the auto pen to affix President Biden's signature to a proclamation on day 5 of his administration. 5 days in, and they were already using the auto pen because he was not capable, or they knew that they could use him because he was nothing but a figurehead to sit, a puppet.
Just a puppet.
just to sit in the chair and in the basement and be drugged up whenever they needed them to be available. And the rest of the time, they were just doing whatever they wanted. But this is really interesting. So please listen, and I will share this in the chat for anyone who wants to watch it again later or share it.
When the president signs, he communicates his assent and endorsement of the action he takes. The auto pen is a device that signs the president's signature to a document. The Oversight Project, of which I am a board member, has discovered that the Biden White House deployed an auto pen to affix President Biden's signature to pardons, prison commutations, executive orders, and presidential proclamations. The Oversight Project's research has found that the Biden White House first deployed the auto pen to affix President Biden's signature to a proclamation on day 5 of his administration, and that there were at least 3 different auto pen signatures in use throughout President Biden's tenure in the White House. In June 2022, the Biden White House began deploying the auto pen to sign clemency warrants and executive orders. Auto pen use skyrocketed from there. We found that of the 51 clemency warrants issued during the Biden presidency, over half, 32 in total, were signed with an auto pen. And these include some of the most controversial acts of clemency of the Biden presidency, including death row commutations and the preemptive pardons of members of the Biden family, Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, and more that were issued in the final days of the Biden presidency. We reviewed President Biden's schedule and his publicly available media and were unable to find any record of President Biden's personally approving these actions, such as a statement issued by the president himself to reporters.
Yeah, so there you have it. They're looking.
But they're going to get away with it. I mean, there's never justice to anybody in Congress. There's never, meanwhile, the little guy messes up on his taxes. He's got 2 years in jail. We see the J6 is doing 4 years in a gulag. I mean, I'm just so tired of the tears of justice. It makes me want to throw up.
Okay. The thing is that we have, just like he was saying, we have them finding evidence of different things, okay, and that they're using an auto pen. Well, who was using it? Okay, that's why I've always said that's the one thing about Trump. He likes to talk about what he does, okay? So when he's got press in there, every time he's signing any of these executive orders and he talks about what he's doing and why he's doing it, it's kind of hard to say, oh, he used an auto pen on that, or he used an auto pen on this or that or whatever. So I
don't
like
think
it.
he's ever had an auto pen.
I don't know. As far as I can tell, it doesn't look like he has.
Every time he does something, he's like one of these kids on Xbox or PlayStation who's screaming at the parent, like, look at me, I got all the achievements for this game. And or like if your kid is like, one of those artsy kids, mom, put this up in the refrigerator, and the refrigerator's covered in art projects. Like Trump has that same sense of pride of achievement, which I gotta admire. I don't like everything he does, but I'm not going to.
I don't like everything he does either. But what I'm saying is that the transparency is what we need. We need to know why they're doing something, when they're going to do it, except for, I have common sense. If they're going to bomb someone or they're going to invade somebody and get our prisoners away, or, do some secret thing like that, then yeah, I don't want to know about it because I don't want them to be able to take everything and leave. That's the same thing with child trafficking. When they know there's a bunch of kids that are being trafficked, they go in the dead of night and they save the kids. And if they told everyone what they were about to do, the kids wouldn't be there or they'd all be dead. So I understand that a lot of things can't be public until after the fact. Okay. And people that demand that they know about every single detail, that's just dumb. That doesn't make any sense. Even someone who's not trained for that position would understand that you can't know every detail about everything because they have to have some secrecy. That's the way that they're able to beat bad guys, is because you gotta be able to do it faster and smarter than they do it. Okay. So, a lot of this stuff is, just dumb, the way that they word it, and they try to make it look like they're sneaking around doing stuff when that's all they did. You never saw Biden anywhere, and unless he was stumbling and falling somewhere or doing, it was pathetic. And people like me knew before he was even in office that he was not fit to be president. Okay, but they hid it. The FBI hid the laptop. The FBI hid all the stuff about the 2020 election. They hid stuff that China was doing. They did all that. Hillary Clinton having a secret illegal server in her bathroom. All the stuff the FBI covered for these people and the CIA, and more of that stuff's coming out. That's why they didn't want Kash Patel to be the head of the FBI, because look at him. He's going through and he's making this stuff declassified so we can see it. And the only way we'd ever see some of this stuff is because of that. Most of the time, you'd never see the light of day. They don't give a shit. You're just a number and you're just a flea. Flick, you're gone. They don't give a shit. I mean, they could come to your house, burn your house down, kill your whole family, and tomorrow or 5 days later, no one's even talking about it anymore because you're nothing to them. We are nobodies. They just hand your land to somebody else. You're nothing. The only one's going to care is people that actually give a shit about you and care that you're not around. That something happened. This isn't right. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. That's the way it is. And they get away with it over and over again because nothing ever happens to these people. And it's how we, the people, the ones who actually pay all the bills, get to see some people get arrested and punished for some of this stuff. It's going to end up being chaos because we're getting to our wits' end, and we're going to say, F you guys. We're not doing your shit for you anymore. Do it for yourself. All these people that are appalled because we don't want to take all of our young men and put them into a war that we have nothing to gain from, like in Ukraine or what's going on with Iran or whatever. Why do we have to sacrifice our kids? It's stupid. But they say, what a heartless bitch you are for saying you don't want to do this and you don't want to do that. Well, I don't give a shit. I guess I am a heartless bitch.
If you would have asked me about, hey, we're going to send people to Mogadishu because there's a starving child on the cover of National Geographic in 1992, the 1993 October bullshit wouldn't have happened because our troops would have never been there. And most Americans would say the exact same thing. It's just a tool for political reasons, for PR reasons, and there's a lot of times where we go in there for military action and things blow up on us. Shit doesn't go right, and we should learn, right? We should learn from our mistakes. And the people saying put boots on the ground in Iran, the ones saying that are on social media, which means they have zero skin in this game, except for the people in DC, the brokers. They make money on this shit, apparently. I don't know how war can be a business, but it fucking is.
Yeah, apparently, because a lot of people are making money doing it, and it's because we've closed our eyes and we turned our back, or we were busy, or we were sick, or we had family members that we were taking care of. I don't know. I'm making excuses for it, but we were all busy doing things, living our lives, being good citizens when the rugs were being pulled out from under us. And they were just taking the money and walking off because they didn't give a shit because it was their money. Okay. If we asked all these people in Congress or whatever to pay pay for everything themselves, that we weren't giving them any more money, how much do you think they'd actually do?
I'd like to offer the answer of zero.
That's exactly right. They're not going to take any money out of their own pocket and pay for anything. Why? Why would they? When we're all standing around going, here's my wallet, take whatever you want. Because that's what we get. We're an endless piggy bank for these people. So as long as the piggy bank is open, they're never going to quit. They're never going to stop.
Here's a way to fix this real fast, but it's very unpopular. Let's take away withholding. Let's take away withholding. Let's take away the automatic fucking bill reduction, or the funding reduction that you and I go through every month, where if you have a job, you've got a W-2, you're given your funds post taxes. And DC, if they had a chance to live life like that, they would scream running away from that because they wouldn't be able to survive. You would be incensed to make sure every fucking November, every fucking chance you had to reduce your taxes, you'd be heavily politically involved.
Yeah.
You wouldn't not be politically involved. You'd be the most rabid individual in the world screaming about, don't you dare raise my fucking garbage bill up another $1, you son of a bitch. And you would be like that with every aspect of your controllable funds. But instead we have withholding. And that was only supposed to be temporary. Now look what that turned into.
Yeah, everything turned into something more.
That needs to be amended. And that's one of those things that I don't see changing in my lifetime, but it's something that we need to bully politicians with. And we need to bully DC, because if we starve the pig, it stops doing stupid shit like, I'm going to give $30 million to the University of Illinois so we can figure out what type of music the plankton will have the most sex to. You know, I don't want to fund that. I don't want to fund that fucking experiment.
But see, honestly, that's something. Okay, let's say that some university somewhere, okay, in Indiana or something, and they want to do some studies, and they need $4 million to study whether, just like you said, this shrimp is more procreates more listening to classical or hard rock. Okay. And they go out and they put that on the ballot for people to vote. Do you think they would get the money or not?
Starve.
Okay. They'd lose. See, if we had to put all this shit out in the public where people get to vote whether or not they want their tax dollars to buy that or not, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have had that millions and millions of dollars spent in Florida on that turtle tunnel, because turtles are swimming in the water and they climb up on the land and they go over the road and they get run over because they want to get to the other side. They're not going to know there's hey, look, right. Why'd you get run over when you just could have went through that tunnel over there and got through? You know,
I thought this was a chance for the NEA to get involved to not only teach children, but teach turtles. And they failed.
But the thing is, if we were asked whether or not, like when they say they want to put a 1/2 cent sales tax on your gas to build something or whatever, if it's on the ballot and you vote yes or no, then you had a chance to make a difference on whether or not you wanted it or not. But if it's not on the ballot, nobody tells you anything, and all of a sudden you look at your check and that money's gone, and you're wondering what happened to that money. Well, you're never going to find out, because they found another way of taking your money without having to tell you anything. Just like Glenn Beck was talking about earlier in that video we were talking about. Since you voted for that representative, guess what? That representative's making the decision for you. So it's a big F you. We're taking your money and you're going to like it. Okay. They don't care, because you're nothing but a flea. Just like I said, you are useless bag of meat, and all you're good for is making sure you get up every day and pay taxes so we can take more of that and spend it whatever way we want, because I'm in office and you are not. So fuck you and give me your money. That's the attitude they have. And until we say we're closing our wallet and you're not getting any more money, until we know what you're going to spend it on, then something's going to change. But until that happens, bend over and take it up the butt, because that's what you're going to get from now on. And that's where we're at. We've been doing it. Look at all the trillions and trillions of dollars we've seen flying out with this USAID. Okay. And we did it willingly. We just were happy as larks to hand over our money and bend over every day and grab your ankles. Because here it comes. But that's where we're at. That's why we're in the shithole that we're in, because we just got complacent and just said, oh, well, I don't know what's going on. I really don't want to know. So we don't, and we're getting screwed, and we're finding out how bad we got screwed, and we're still getting screwed. And a lot of people are fighting against us, trying to stop them from wasting our money, because they want to give their money away. Okay. If they want to vote and say, here, take all my money, I'll get my check next week and I'll give you some more, then let them. That's their money. Let them spend it whichever way they want. I don't give a shit if they're in the street. They did it to themselves, but I shouldn't have to hand them my money when I said no, and I'm not going to give them my money. So I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know what else to do besides people standing up and taking their rights back. That's it. That's the only thing I can think of. And that's like what? Revolution? Well, here's the other thing I thought. Well, we talked about this a little bit last night, but I still want to talk about it again because people don't understand, the consequences of this. But this whole thing is all about, it says, I'm shocked and it takes a lot to shock me. There's several levels of this that are concerning, almost beyond belief. The first family was taking millions of dollars from China. Biden CIA director Bill Burns took millions of dollars from China. Okay. Mike Ben's cyber details that the entire foreign policy establishment of the Biden White House had millions of dollars being juiced from the Chinese government. Okay, now this is all coming out because of Kash Patel taking those FBI files and declassifying them. That's what they're talking about. So here we go. Listen to this and make sure it's turned up.
I'm shocked. And it takes a lot to shock me.
Yeah,
when this story first broke, I thought that there must be some details about it that are more speculative than you can rely on. But the more I read the piece that you published and saw what Kash submitted to Chuck Grassley, there are several levels of this that are concerning almost beyond belief. So obviously the first family itself was taking millions of dollars from China. The Biden first family through Hunter Biden and China CEFC Energy was taking $5 to $10 million in consulting fees from Chinese energy firms as Hunter Biden was flying on Air Force One to China with Vice President Biden in order to secure those deals. Biden's CIA director, Bill Burns, took millions of dollars from China when he was the head of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace for 7 years before becoming CIA director, taking CCP members and putting them on Carnegie's board, as well as forming a joint Carnegie-China center so that they could cooperate more closely. Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, was the managing director of the Penn Biden Center, which took millions of dollars from China. So all the way up and down the entire foreign policy establishment of the Biden administration, from the White House to the CIA to the State Department, you had millions of dollars being juiced by the Chinese government the entire time. And then the more you think about this story, the more shocking it gets when you think about the massive biggest election censorship event in human history, which was DHS CISA's censorship of the 2020 election, specifically to stop election misinformation, which was all run out of a group that Chris Krebs formed called the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, which you would think would have been the exact task force at DHS set up to stop something like this and set up to be responsive to something like this, when in fact it did the exact opposite. They told us there was no foreign interference. Now, how does the FBI know this, and the CIA know this, and the DHS task force, who is responsible for stopping the domestic side of this operation, not be informed? How is it possible that this intelligence was circulated at the FBI and CIA levels, but not at the DHS level? And so that is an immediate question for Chris Krebs and Alex Stamos.
Well, we can actually answer the question for you, Mike, too. The document I actually saw the document and got some of the quotes from it. It was circulated to the Department of Homeland Security in addition to the CIA. So they were, now it doesn't say CISA, it does say DHS, so at least the senior component got it. And when it was called back, they asked all those agencies to destroy it. So it was sent out to Homeland.
Now get this. The DHS censorship operation run out of CISA, together with EIP, this 4-group consortium of 120 individual censors monitoring the entire internet across 15 different platforms to censor pro-Trump tweets or anyone who cast doubt on the integrity of the 2020 election. In the slide deck presentations of those censors who were set up by DHS, who got to use CISA's 24/7 cyber mission control to flag tweets, in those presentations, they specifically finger out a specific tweet by Donald Trump on June 22nd, and I'll read it. Rigged 2020 election. This is all caps. Rigged 2020 election. Millions of mail-in ballots will be printed by foreign countries and others It will be the scandal of our times. Now, DHS's censorship network specifically cited that tweet as one of the reasons they needed to scramble to form this wide-spanning, totalizing censorship operation. And the fact that they specifically were set off by tweets by Donald Trump insinuating that foreign countries may be printing ballots or taking advantage of the mail-in ballot system in the operation that Cash just laid out, while that was the triggering tweet among several others to set up this entire censorship operation, while DHS had inside classified knowledge that is exactly what was going down and that Donald Trump was in fact correct. So they set up the censorship operation. In part, it would seem to suggest that their knowledge of this at the senior level of DHS or at the Chris Krebs level may have been motivated in part by a desire to keep quiet these various scandals, because as China was backing the entire Biden foreign policy establishment, literally and monetarily, the idea that China would be exploiting this would be a massive, massive, massive scandal, especially on the heels of Russiagate, where that entire apparatus used all of that power and abuse of the FBI and Justice Department in order to go after foreign powers interfering in elections. That could have been a scandal that could have tipped the election. So the idea that not only would they censor it at the FBI and CIA level, but that DHS itself could be activated to censor anyone who might suggest that a foreign body like China may be exploiting the mail-in ballot system.
See, the whole thing was fraud, basically. All of it. And that the fact that the FBI was putting out the PP dossier bullshit, hiding the Hunter laptop information, doing all that. It's all of that is all treason, I think. It would fit under treason or something like that. It's disgusting. And how are we ever going to fix any of our voting mess when nobody has faith in the government because they think everyone's corrupt? When Kash Patel and Dan Bongino came out and said in that interview that Epstein did kill himself, we saw everything. He killed himself. Okay. Nobody believed him. They all were saying stuff like, well, I'm not saying no one. Most of the people I listened to and talked to said, well, they're just as bad as everybody else then. We're never going to find anything because everyone's corrupt, every single one. So nobody believes anyone. Okay. And if that's the truth, why would anyone get off their ass and go vote? See what I mean? Why would they care anymore? They've lost faith. And that's what scares me about it, is that the Democrats know they're going to win because they've dragged this out for so long. That now all they got to do is to get people to believe that all of Trump's cabinet are all crooked now. They've all been paid off, or they're being blackmailed, this, that, and the other. That's why we have to see arrests. We have to see people being arrested, even if it's for the 2020 shit. It's the guy that paid to have the PP dossier put out there, or if it's the people that hid the Hunter Biden information off the laptop, which we now know is real because they used that laptop evidence against Hunter Biden for that gun charge. That makes it legitimate. See what I mean? In court. So there's a lot of evidence out there now. So arrest somebody already, even if they're not in prison. But if you arrest them and you put them through the process and make it all public, where they won't make it, they won't put it on camera because they said, somebody I was watching the other day with the Diddy stuff, because it's federal, they won't put it on air. You can't see it. Now they can have reporters coming out talking about everything that's going on, have pictures and documents and stuff. Once they've been submitted as evidence, they can come out and do that. But that's better than what we've had. We've got to have something. We've got to give people, the 77 million people that we know, I mean, there's probably more than that, but legally that we know about, that voted for this new administration to be able to go in there and clean house, suck out all the sewage and get rid of it, and start, filling all the cracks in with cement to fix the dam that's busting. We've got to have something. You've got to have something to get the people to go for 2026 and vote, because we need more votes. We need somebody to do something. But when we got a Congress, they're just kind of like, they're waiting for, they're just blaming, they're just riding on the Trump train. That's it. They're just sitting there riding along, waiting to see how the wind blows about whether or not they're going to win, or whether they're going to abandon ship and blame Trump for everything. Okay, that's what they're waiting on, because they're not doing anything. They're saying this and they're saying that, but I'm seeing a few things like we've showed, like the arrest of all those people that in Texas for the child trafficking. 244 people were arrested for child porn and all that stuff, and they saved 119 kids. But you don't see it on the news. You don't hear about any of the good shit that this administration is actually doing, because they're suppressing it. Because you got all the talking heads on this. Our democracy, our democracy. They're saying the same exact damn shit, but they're not reporting anything. So people aren't knowing that good things are happening. See? Just keep everybody loaded up on your ADD medicine, keep you on your antidepressants, give all the men female hormones, get all the women male hormones, get everybody all fucked up, and nobody can do nothing. Everybody's just wandering around like a bunch of chickens with their head cut off, because nobody knows what to do. Bitch and complain about this, bitch and complain about that, but don't do anything to fix it, to keep everybody running around, not believing anything. Look over there, not over here, while we're stealing, whatever. It's chaos. It's utter chaos. So, that's why they hate me. I have a warning against my channel right now from January of last year. And I did all the stuff they said, so it should have been taken down in 90 days. Well, let's say, so anything I do that they don't like, a bunch of things that we talked about tonight, I'm probably going to get a warning, which would be a strike, because I already have one that I shouldn't have.
All right, but the thing is that we have Rumble available to us, and we should be streaming on Rumble, because, no offense, I'd rather our people go.
But you're on Rumble, right?
I'm not streaming to it right now. I want
Ruben
you to succeed, so I'm not taking from your. We share the same group of people.
I know, but I'm on Kick. I told you I'm going to do Kick. You do Rumble.
I want you to do Rumble and whatever else, but focus more on Rumble, because Rumble's getting more and more funding from private investors. Mm-hmm. Private investors meaning small mom and pops. You got people that are going there because you have all the guys that they like, the quartering. They got Crowder. They've got Nick DiPaolo. They've got real people. And they even have that fucker with the beanie, Tim Cast. I'm not a big fan of his, but you know what? He does bring a crowd of people. He does bring the libertines and the libertarians, and even some of the left is going towards him. So if they hear something you or I say, they might change over or think like, well, why would they think like that? And how are they successful with their own life? But yet, here I am, a college graduate, and I've got my English degree, and I'm working at Starbucks. I think I should change some things. And if people have more and more exposure to that, they won't be going back to Daily Cause or to garbage media. And that's what I want. I want more and more of them to be following people that don't really follow the same theories I follow, but I want them to actually have their own cognitive process that they themselves can explore.
Mm-hmm. I can understand that. So I'll try to start doing that more.
Rumble's a good network. It's been stable for me. I'm going to probably start using the studio more, because I like the fact they have their own studio. If you're a basic member, if you pay $10 a month, you get the studio. The only thing I don't like about that is that I can't really share it out to farm for your group. You can't share it to your people. You're kind of the panelists are captive to wherever the individual's streaming to, and that's it. But it's not a bad deal, because you get better video codexes. You've seen the color on my shows is better, and I like that. But the problem that I have is that for the most part, I just see Kick being like Twitch Lite, and I don't want people from Twitch to be going in my chat and pissing off my friends and pissing off people that I value their opinions. That's the problem I have with Kick so far. I have not been impressed yet. No offense to people on Kick, but I don't find them to be the type of people that want to follow the events that I follow. I don't want them to be, I don't see them pursuing.
Well, that's why I wanted to air this show on there a couple times, and I aired.
How many times have you done that?
I think twice, and then I was trying to do after hours a couple times.
Let's give it a full month. Hit Kick hard. See what happens.
Okay, well, what I'm doing is I'm trying to put different content on there, the different things like our movie show, things like that, and see if I get any views. If I get 0, then I'll know this isn't a channel for that. And then I'll go back to Rumble and do it all the time. See, I've been doing some on Rumble, but I'm doing some on Kick too to see which one is better for me. And once I find out, but I have to try it just to see. I mean, if I don't put it on there at all, because I even tried LinkedIn. And I got a couple views here or there, but it wasn't, it didn't really do much for me. So I was like, I'm not going to worry about it then. See what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to do. But this is another thing. I'm going to do this one. And then after this, I think I have one Jesse Waters thing, and the rest are all of the ones of yours that we picked that I'm going to show. But I want to show this one because it's a little bit longer, but it's got more information from this woman's point of view or whatever. But I still wanted to play it because I think it's interesting. So I'm going to share this one real quick. She's talking about the G7 summit, because remember he left. He left early. So I want to see what she says about it real quick and see what you guys think. Here we go.
Walked out of the G7 summit in Calgary, flying back to Washington in the dead of night to deal with the Israel-Iran crisis. But what happened before he left has the global elite in full panic mode. Most people think this is just about Iran and Israel, but what you're witnessing is something far bigger. Trump is systematically dismantling the post-war British imperial system, and he's doing it while delivering the largest blue-collar wage increases in 60 years. The empire's puppets can see their game is up. I'm Susan Kokinda, and I've been fighting this fight since 1971, when I joined Lyndon LaRouche's organization the day Nixon ended the Bretton Woods system. I've seen every attempt to break free from British imperial control, and I can tell you, what Trump is doing right now is unprecedented. So today, I'll break down what really happened at the G7 meeting, how Trump is navigating the Iran-Israeli crisis in ways most people don't understand, and how the British are panicking because Trump's economic and strategic revolution is working, and it can end the post-war globalist order if you understand it and support it. And you saw the headlines. Trump left the G7 summit in Calgary early, flying back to Washington to deal with the Israel-Iran crisis. But the real story is what Trump said before he left, right to the faces of the globalist elite. Standing next to Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, the very icon of post-war globalist economic policy, Trump called out the G7 for throwing Russia out of that institution in 2014. He said, the G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in it. I would say that that was a mistake because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. Let that sink in. Trump, in front of the whole world, told the architects of the post-war order that their entire system is the problem. And he's right. The G7 represents everything Trump is dismantling. When Trump says you threw Russia out, and that was a mistake, he's not just talking about Ukraine. He's saying your system is the problem. Your system creates war because the old world order needs enemies to survive. Trump wants partners. One of those partners is Russia. Trump has had 2 recent discussions with Vladimir Putin about the potential of Russia helping mediate the Israel-Iran crisis. One discussion was right before Israel preemptively attacked Iran, and the other one was on Saturday, after Israel had launched the attacks. Just today, TASS reported again that Russia is ready to mediate. Also remember that Russia continues to pinpoint the role of the British in aiding not only Ukraine in their drone attacks on Russia, but in assisting Israel in the Iran operation. Now, Bill O'Reilly said something very revealing in a News Nation interview on Monday. O'Reilly said the following: "Earlier today, I texted with President Trump. He doesn't want to use American air power at this point because that would cause problems with China and Putin. As most of you know, O'Reilly is not a fan of Xi Jinping or Putin. Earlier in the interview, he agreed with the hyperventilating host that the world would be better off without them. But what he said about Trump is what's key. In what world does the President of the United States care about causing problems with China and Putin? Not in Mark Carney's world, not in the world of the recent British Defense Strategy Report, which treats Russia and China as permanent enemies, not in the world of Lindsey Graham or Mike Pompeo. Donald Trump is committed to a new world of sovereign nations, not a world in which nations are pieces on the geopolitical chessboard to be moved or sacrificed by the global overlords. Look, there's a lot of political turbulence. There's warnings that Trump is selling out to the neocons or the Zionists. And on the other hand, you have the hardcore war hawks who want to excommunicate Trump supporters who don't want to go to war with Iran. They're all missing this. Trump is trying to untangle decades of imperial policy, and he's doing it out in the open. Trump is up against political leaders and movements at home and abroad who've been created by the British elites: Zionists, radical Islamic fundamentalists, neocons, not to mention all the crazies on the left side of the equation. These forces are loose in a world that Donald Trump has to deal with as he tries to take command of the situation while maintaining his commitment to defend the United States and reestablish it as a sovereign republic. And that's what terrifies the old world has-beens. But Donald Trump needs something else. He needs people here in the United States and around the world to cut through the ground-level fog of war and see clearly this larger picture and the deeper principles. That's what we do at Promethean Action, and I encourage you to subscribe to our newsletter and become part of a community of people who can think and act strategically. So let's talk about Iran. Social media is a hotbed of rumors and fear-mongering. Is Trump caving into the neocons and the Zionists? I don't think so. Will the U.S. enter into this conflict if Iran refuses to budge? Well, Donald Trump has been pretty clear on that. And maybe by the time you watch this, that immediate question will have been answered. But the more durable question is, do you understand the principles at stake? In a recent tweet from Vice President J.D. Vance, I think you find that answer. He said, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, and he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways: the easy way or the other way. Vance goes on to explain that Iran could have civilian nuclear power, but they've continued to produce enriched uranium far above civilian needs, in violation of their obligations. And then Vance stresses, and of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some trust on the issue. And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he is only interested in using the U.S. military to accomplish the American people's goals. Whatever he does, that is his focus. And that's the difference between Trump and the neocons. The neocons and their British imperial controllers want endless war and perpetual regime change. Look at Iran and Israel, both hotbeds of British intelligence operations stretching back throughout the post-war period. In her Monday brief, Barbara discussed how the British, with plenty of help from the CIA, overthrew the Mossadegh government in Iran in the 1950s, put the Shah in, and then overthrew him when it suited their purposes, which led to the installation of the Islamic regime. Trump is committed to ending that, but you have to recognize that he and his relatively small team are dealing with a culture of war and regime change which is deeply embedded in the intelligence and military institutions. But they're also doing something even more fundamental. Trump is threatening to replace the post-war liberal economic order with the most dramatic return to the American system in generations. While Trump was dealing with the global crisis, back home, his policies delivered something incredible. Blue-collar workers saw real wage growth of almost 2% in just his first 5 months, the largest increase for any administration in nearly 60 years. Treasury Secretary Bessent pointed out that the nearly 2% rise was unprecedented, and it was a result of the emphasis on manufacturing and commitment to remove illegal immigrants from the workforce. When ICE raided a meatpacking plant in Omaha, dozens of Americans showed up the next day to fill out job applications. That's how you restore the dignity of work. And the British Empire has spent centuries convincing Americans that prosperity requires imperial wars and cheap foreign labor. Trump is proving them wrong. But while Trump fights the global empire abroad, he does face sabotage at home. Right now, the same neocon Rhino Collective in the Senate that's opposed peaceful settlements in Ukraine and Iran is trying to gut Trump's economic revolution. Trump's one big, beautiful bill represents the starting point of his economic revolution. But Senate Republicans infected with what I call the twin disease of perpetual war and libertarian free trade ideology are trying to water down the provisions that will help Trump's growing working class base. They're cutting Medicaid support, undermining the no tax on tips provision, and reducing the manufacturing incentives that could create up to 6 million blue-collar jobs. If they succeed in gutting this bill, they'll sabotage Trump's promise to American workers and potentially hand the midterm elections to Democrats. Now, here's where even Trump's best supporters fall short. They'll talk about the deep state, the war machine, and the CIA, and they're not wrong. But when Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon don't connect Trump's outreach to Russia and China with his broader strategy to destroy British imperial control, they leave people spinning their wheels. When Trump talks about working with Russia and China, he's not betraying American interests. He's building the coalition necessary to finally break British imperial hegemony. Think about it. Russia has vast natural resources. China has manufacturing capacity. And America has the technological and capital markets. Together, they represent a powerful combination, which could also include India, that would represent an alternative to the London-centered financial system that's dominated the world since World War II. And that's why the British are willing to risk World War III to stop Trump. They know that if he succeeds in creating a new alignment of sovereign nations, their centuries-old game is over. So the only way through this crisis is to recognize the deeper nature of this fight. It's the American system versus the British system. It's about whether we'll have a world of sovereign nations cooperating for mutual benefit or a world of endless wars designed to prevent any nation from achieving true independence. So don't get lost in the day-to-day noise, the Twitter hysteria, or the media's apocalyptic analysis of every tactical move. What you're witnessing is the potential to destroy a 400-year-old imperial system and the birth of something new. When blue-collar workers get their biggest pay raise in 60 years, when Trump walks out on globalist institutions, when he reaches out to Russia and China to end imperial wars, these are not separate events. They're all part of the same strategy. Restore American sovereignty and help other nations do the same. That's where Promethean action comes in. We've been fighting this fight for over 50 years, and we understand both the enemy and the solution. While others get caught up in the tactical battles, we keep our eyes on the strategic prize, ending the British Empire once and for all. Hundreds of new subscribers have joined us recently because they recognize we offer something different: historical depth, economic understanding, and a strategic vision to navigate this transition. We just got halfway to our goal of reaching 1,000 paid members, and we need your help to give us the ability to do more videos and reach more people by achieving that goal. The old world is dying, the new world is being born. Let's make sure it's the world we want our children to inherit. So subscribe, share this video, and join us in making history. The future belongs to sovereign republics, not global empires, but only if we fight for it. This has been your midweek update. Thanks for watching.
Please take a moment and subscribe to our free newsletter at prometheanaction.com.
There, I wanted to share that because I thought it was very, very interesting. She's very calm. She's very good at explaining what she's trying to get across. And it all makes sense if you listen to her. So
I'm impressed with her.
Yes.
That's all I'm going to say. I like what I saw.
Yeah, she's been doing this for a very long time because she knows, she can see what he's doing step by step. It's a very slow process. It has to be done.
Never heard of her before.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. We are making a difference, even though it seems like we're not, okay? And that's what I'm saying. Every single person, just one person at a time that sees it, listens, absorbs the information and thinks about it and thinks, wow, this can work. You know, if enough people help Trump. But Trump's president, okay, so I didn't even think that was going to happen because you guys know how panicked I was about all that. He's in there, and I'm trying to be patient and give him the space he needs to do what he said he was going to do. He's trying to help us. I really believe that. I really do. And but he can only do so much. He's only one person. But each person that we share information with, whatever it is that we find, no matter how small the morsels are, we keep putting it out there. More and more people are going to read, listen, and share another morsel. Just like what I've got. Hardwiki sent me something in the shit show chat. I'm going to share that next because that's how we're going to win. By networking, sharing information, and getting more people to listen. And if you watch the whole chat, we had one person thinking that she was AI, and I was sharing them the link and telling them, ask Grok. Show this link to Grok, ask Grok who she is, and you'll get a bunch of information. We can use AI for our benefit because it is a tool. That doesn't mean you have to believe everything it says, but you can research stuff. You can actually read and find more information by sharing it. Just like that whole thing, the whole scandal with all the stuff that was happening in New York with the school system and stuff. You had 3 guys working hard to try to get the real truth out there. And look how hard they've had to work, but it's slowly happening. Okay. Little by little by little, people are starting to open their eyes and their ears, and we can make a difference. It's just we just have to be patient. That's the one thing I've been working hard on myself to try to help myself learn. Just be a one more day. Let's keep telling myself one more day. Just keep saying that to myself to make it through each day, to try to give myself what I need to make it to the next day, to not lose faith. Okay. Because I got to believe that all this has got to mean something good. Something good has got to come out of it. We're still going to see some bad shit, and I'm really worried about that. But I was willing to move. Okay, I was willing to move to a totally different place in my life to try to accomplish that I live, and that more people do live, and that we share information. So it's slowly working, but we just got to be patient. But I'm going to share this next thing that Hardwiki sent me in the email. So let me share that. I'm going to open it. It's that. I think it's the very bottom one. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Oh, I don't see it on my list here. There it is. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm opening this. Oh, it says I have to subscribe. Oh, no, thank you. Okay. Hold on. All right. I'm going to share this link in there, but could you read this for me?
Hit control and scroll up at the same time.
Control and scroll at the
Scroll
same.
on your mouse.
I know. I'm like this.
No, other
Oh.
way. Other way.
This
I'm
way.
blind. There we go.
Okay, is that better? Oh, I
Yeah.
did it. I fixed something. I can't believe it, but I'm thankful. But okay, so I'm gonna scroll down while you read it because I'm
All right. The Flynn Network is once again hair ablaze, claiming their discredited narratives about the 2020 election are now validated by a supposed bombshell document promoted by Kash Patel, the FBI director. Last night, President Trump amplified the story. Now the document surfaced. It turns out to be yet another misleading nothing burger. Here's a disclaimer. I'm a Republican who believes in mail-in ballot fraud occurred in 2020 and may have influenced the election's outcome. I also believe Michael Flynn and certain intelligence community operatives have intentionally spread disinfo to sabotage credible election integrity research. Now, Flynn effectively derailed the genuine election integrity movement before it even started. This current episode illustrates precisely how his network operates. On Monday evening, Kash Patel and John Solomon released what they labeled a bombshell, talking about the CCP, the people that belong in wood chipper business ends. They plot, produce, and distribute fake mail-in ballots. Patel's official X account aggressively promoted this supposed FBI revelation. FBI Director Kash Patel, the FBI has located documents which detail alarming allegations related to the 2020 U.S. election, including allegations of interference by the CCP. I have immediately declassified the material and turned the documents over to Chairman Grassley for further review. Just the News says FBI gives Congress intel on alleged Chinese plot to create fake mail-in ballots in 2020. Yeah, that kind of is weird. Like, they got 20 million mail-in ballots that just appeared that one year. It didn't happen again in 2024, right? Discover more from Bigger Truth Media. Get rid of that.
Yeah, I got rid of it. Sorry. It took me
Link influencers immediately seized the opportunity to amplify sensational claims. Ann Vandersteel declared the FBI confirmed CCC interference in the election. Brianna Morello proclaimed this proof Joe Biden, an illegitimate president, explicitly linking this FBI document to election fraud. Real Robert dramatically asserted the document vindicated the Gateway pundits' long debunked claims about truckloads of Chinese-produced counterfeit ballots and damn chinkies. The CanCon added conspiratorial spin, directly tying the story to previously discredited allegations of millions of CCP-printed counterfeit ballots. They all shared the screenshot of the headline, but no link to the story, which indicated the allegations were fake U.S. driver's licenses, not fake ballots. Not fake ballots. And the real story was far less explosive than what's been shoved down our throats over the last 36 hours. The FBI document cites an anonymous third-hand claim about the CCP potentially producing fake driver's licenses, not ballots. And crucially, the FBI found no credible evidence linking these alleged activities to actual voter fraud incidents. The source was anonymous, relaying third-hand claims to another anonymous individual, making it impossible to verify or corroborate. Now, the uncorroborated claim states the CCP allegedly leveraged TikTok data, names, addresses, IDs from U.S. users to create tens of thousands of fake United States driver's licenses intended to fraudulently obtain legitimate ballots for Biden. However, TikTok does not even collect addresses or ID numbers from users, fundamentally undermining the allegation. Consequently, the FBI, they dropped this line of inquiry in mid-2020. Now, the Fox News did corroborate part of the claim in August 2020, reporting U.S. Customs had intercepted approximately 20,000 counterfeit driver's licenses. Arguably, this warranted further FBI investigation, but notably no evidence has emerged to connect this confiscation to voter fraud. Now, nevertheless, John Solomon's publication, Just the News, produces a barrage of misleading headlines during the week, suggesting the FBI had proven that the CCP committed election fraud, produced fake ballots, and that the FBI deliberately ignored evidence. These assertions lack factual support. And this pattern of Solomon overstating findings to stoke sensationalism it just mirrors his past coverage of the Russiagate, which raised misleading and unrealistic expectations among the MAGA supporters regarding the Durham investigation. Remember Durham investigation? Remember that? CNN had that for over 150 hours. Predictably, Flynn's network ignited, and even Trump shared a link to a story on Truth Social. Scroll down. I'm not doing that link. Fuck that.
Okay.
All right. Deja vu, mind war intensifies. We've witnessed the cycle before. Shortly before the 2020 election, Trump promoted now a thoroughly debunked story by Channel Rion and OANN alleging Dominion voting systems deleted millions of votes. And this narrative also originated from Flynn connected circles. Now, there is a video that Geeks and Gamers shared, and they did have, I'm not reading from this, so don't scroll. They did share a video, Geeks and Gamers, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers shared a video where over 100,000 votes for Trump disappeared between 12 seconds when they're scrolling the information from one side to the other and they're rotating the information from various sources. And then they go from a score to something about basketball. They go back to the score of votes, and 100,000 votes just fucking up and disappeared. You guys remember that? I remember that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember that very well. That was broadcast on fucking Communist News Network, or CNN, excuse me. All right. So the Flynn Network consistently repeats this tactic, concoct sensationalist claims, coordinate widespread influencer amplification, lure high-profile figures like Trump to promote the claim, and then ultimately abandon or quietly sideline the narratives once they collapse under scrutiny. You just have that go away. And campaigns and conquests. When the term debunked is used, things people just tune out. It's loaded, like hearing somebody say a wild conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
So I messaged you, Janet, on Discord. Okay.
I'll have to look.
So anyway, all these things have done is just make those stories disappear. And once you have some harpy parrot those keywords, the majority of us just tune out. And the cycle strategically discredits authentic research into genuine fraud and solutions. It ensures that credible evidence is dismissed along with easily refutable fabrications. These manufactured controversies deliberately they just sow division and instability. The timing and fervor of the latest operation seem calculated to provoke conflict within MAGA, which we are all too easy to be turning into drunken, swaggering idiots. I've noticed that. We are very fucking pissed that we're not getting our way, and we are being pulled in various directions because we are all too easy to just try to follow the quickest way for us to get our Doge hopes and dreams up. Anyway, so the conservative X is now dominated by Flynn-associated figures who increasingly promote anti-Trump, anti-Republican rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
So here's some examples. Ivan openly called for tens of thousands of former military personnel to form militias and enact retribution against his deep state target list, which includes Ben Carson, Jared Kushner, and federal judges. Ben Carson, he's a brain surgeon. He's might be involved with this administration. I don't know. Jared is Trump's son-in-law, and federal judges, some of them do the bidding of the Trump administration. Putting war against them is not a good thing. Steve Bannon ominously declared that if the deep state isn't dismantled this summer, we will not have a country. Most of us agree we need the deep state dismantled, but Steve Bannon doesn't give a roadmap. Trump, delightfully, in my opinion, dismissed Tucker Carlson as kooky for criticizing his stance on Israel. Now, I think most of us are going to support Israel, and most of us want Israel to defend themselves. None of us want to contribute to their fucking slush fund for their own defense. Israel, their money lenders and bankers, they should be able to fund their own fucking war. And I think we all agree with that. That is my opinion, but I'm sharing it because I think it needs to be said by each and every one of you. Unless you are in Israel and you're begging for somebody to not bomb your house. I get it. But sorry, dude, we don't want you. We don't want you to fucking borrow money from us anymore. We want you to fund your own fucking war because you've been doing this shit for decades. All right. Gateway Pundit contributors gleefully amplified a questionable poll claiming half of young Americans oppose Israel, further stoking division. And right now, social media is turned into an anti-Semitic shithole. I love Gab. As much as I like the creator of Gab, Gab itself is filled with a bunch of anti-Semitic bots and people that just do hate Israel and hate Jews. So you got to be careful on Gab. One of these days, I'll actually have a group of people on Gab I can share messages with. And I can get rid of Discord and I can get rid of Gilded because I like Gab being Christian founded and led. unfortunately, there's the anti-Semitism thing over there, so that kind of shies a lot of people away. A lot of my friends have it. They have an account. They never go there. All right, so scroll back up. I want to read the last influencer.
Okay.
All right, so Ann Vandersteel posts, both parties need to be dissolved. They were formed in the 1800s and are now merged. It's we the people versus the establishment. Nobody's disagreeing with that. Not a single fucking person disagrees with that statement. It's very nice, very big, very, very encompassing. Good clickbait, really is. And then they state Alex Jones shares a meme with a picture of Trump labeled "What we voted for" and a picture of Trump with George W. Bush's face labeled with "What we got." Yeah, that kind of is how it feels right now, because I'm not seeing Doge get pried apart by Rand Paul. And I want Rand Paul to get that fucking Elon Musk wood chipper and chainsaw combo. I want to let the man go. I want to, if you know F-22, let the kid eat. It's time to let the kid eat. I want to see Ron Paul, not Rand Paul. Rand Paul's a cuck. Ron Paul, I want to see him go to town on the fucking Fed, on the fucking deep state, on the fucking Treasury. I think that'd be great. Thank you, Jerry, for reposting this. All right. Mike Flynn went on Jack Posobiec's show and said the next 72 to 96 hours are going to be some of the most intense moments in United States history that we have ever experienced. And you and I we all disagree with that. It's going to be the next 72 to 96 hours of saying you take a shit, I take a shit, we eat pizza, and then the weekend's over.
Yeah, I don't yeah. I don't think that Trump's going to fall for any of this shit.
No, I don't think either. And the thing is that I want Americans not to think that we're going to go to war with Israel. I would love for the NGOs to fall flat. I want the fucking money to get completely yanked out from underneath them. And if I'm going to be a war hawk in anything, it's going to be because of my own personal experience with COVID virus. Wuhan's not radiated yet. I'm kind of pissed about that. I'm never going to not say that, because I fucking almost died because of those piece of shits. Somebody should, if I had the chance to kidnap CCP people and fucking like tie them to a chair and blindfold them with dental floss, I would do that just to have a fucking torture session. I'd broadcast that shit. Fuck those people.
Did you read this?
What?
Did you read this? The Hardwick.
So Hardwick says, I've started to wonder if it's possible that Dominion was a red herring and a trap from the beginning, meant to discredit fraud researchers. It might be. Dominion and Smartmatic voting systems still are ran by anti-Trump people. Even if they are an obvious trap, a red herring for us, they're still ran by communists. And we didn't have enough dead communists on the pile today. I'm not saying like I'd like to see their names on the dead communist pile, but I'm just saying vaguely, in Minecraft, there wasn't enough dead communists on the pile today. We need more tomorrow. And I say that because communists are the enemy of the United States. We've had a law in it since 1952. Unfortunately, it's now become in style, and we've forgotten that law, or we might have rescinded it. Nobody told me about it. I'm still an anti-commie piece of shit, and I want to be an anti-commie piece of shit. I love it being an anti-commie piece of shit. I have a job now. Okay. Janet, whenever you can, send Jeremy my username.
That's what I'm trying to do right now, is look it up. So what do you want me to pull up? Which one of the articles did you want me to pull up first?
On the ones I sent to you.
Okay. Well, okay. Just give me a second. I'm going to open one of them so you can read that one.
The first one on that list is Egyptians beat down. This is a clip from Crowder, like 5 minutes, but the Egyptians are beating the shit out of leftist protesters. And Germany, the fucking Germans, they've erected gay stuff. It's kind of funny. Over 1,000 miles away from each other, and you have such a difference in humanity. You have Egyptians that are beating the shit out of leftists. I mean, I never have thought I'd ever say, go Egypt. But I'm saying go Egypt, because anytime you get a chance to beat on leftists, Marxists, communists, I clap. That's what I do. I'm a SEAL.
This is the first one on my list. It says President Trump sends a warning to Lindsey Graham.
Okay, put that one out.
So it's up there for you. You see it?
President Trump sends warning to Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo for going to Ukraine and provoking Ukrainians to keep fighting Russia. Well, scroll up like what I told you. Control button, scroll with your mouse.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me do that.
That looks like an
Control.
8-point font. My eyes are screaming at me.
Okay, wait. This way. How's
There we go. That's nice. That's
Okay.
real nice. I like that. President Trump warned Senator Lindsey Graham and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo for going to the Ukraine and encouraging them to continue fighting Russia. Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo were on the ground in Ukraine trying to provoke Ukrainians to keep fighting. What do you think of that? A reporter asked President Trump after he touched down in New Jersey, the shithole of America. Trump warns Lindsey Graham and Pompeo to be careful about what they say. People have to be very careful with what they say. Their mouth could get them to a lot of trouble. And as the Gateway pundit recently reported, Vladimir Zelensky announced that 117 drones were used in the strike inside Russia that wiped out dozens of nuclear doomsday bombers and other aircraft. Trump was not notified of the attack before it took place because Trump wants peace, and the globalists want world war and the destruction of Russia, who does not have a central bank, I might add. Senator Lindsey Graham, a faggot, who was in Ukraine just 2 days before Zelensky's drone strikes, he cheered the news of the attack. And what did Lindsey Graham say to Zelensky during his visit to the Ukraine last month? The ever-resourceful Ukraine used creative drone warfare tactics to successfully attack Russian bombers and military assets used to kill Ukrainian citizens and destroy their country. Russia indiscriminately kills men, women, and children, and it's time for the world to act, which is a lie. That's a lie. They don't indiscriminately kill. They target various men, women, and children because women can be snipers, and you've seen before in Vietnam, kids can be walking bombs. All right. So Pompeo traveled to the Ukraine shortly before the drone attack on Russia, and Trump continued to push for peace negotiations on Ukraine-Russian war. Mike Pompeo flies to the Ukraine to push complete victory over the Russians, and his talk this weekend at the Black Sea Security Forum. Oh, I bet you that's filled with a bunch of nice people. They pay their taxes and put everything in the open, I'm sure. Steve Bannon previously called for Lindsey Graham to be arrested if he doesn't stop traveling to Kyiv behind Trump's back and engaging in shadow diplomacy with Vladimir Zelensky, the faggot turned boxer turned actor that's now supposedly in charge of the Ukraine. He doesn't he look like one of fucking George Soros's ugly kids? By Kronos. Have you ever looked at a picture of not Kronos of Vladimir Zelensky and Soros?
No.
It looks like Soros nutted on the ground and somebody added water. He looks like an uglier version of Soros.
No, I didn't.
I'll pull a meme for you. That way we can share it. I think sharing for the class is very important.
Okay, well, I want to share this real quick. I forgot about this one article, but I think it's important. So let me share it real quick.
Okay.
I think it's this one. Yeah. Remember, I forgot this one. The Trump administration, including RFK Jr., is launching an investigation into the long-term health effects of the residents of East Palestine, Ohio train explosion, per J.D. Vance. So remember when that happened? So I wanted to play this real quick for everybody because they are investigating it.
J.D. Vance here, and I want to take you back to something that happened early on when I was a United States Senator. There was a terrible train crash, and then there was a controlled burn of toxic chemicals that went into the atmosphere in East Palestine, Ohio, a little town in the northeastern corner of the state of Ohio. What happened then is that people got very worried, and I've been to East Palestine a number of times, and they're very worried about what are the long-term impacts of these chemicals in the water, in the air. What effect does it have on their kids and grandkids after 5 years, 10 years, 15 years of exposure? And the crazy thing is, number one, we didn't have a good answer to that question. Science had never actually tried to understand what the long-term exposure of these trace chemicals would do to people. And the second crazy thing is that as much as I tried as a United States Senator to work with the Biden administration, they refused to do anything planning to actually study the effects of these long-term exposures on the people of East Palestine? Well, now we have a new president and a great new Secretary of Health and Human Services, and he's got an incredible announcement. We're finally going to study the effects on these chemicals and finally get to the bottom of what effect this terrible train crash and the ensuing consequences had on the people of East Palestine.
I want to start by thanking my friend, Vice President J.D. Vance, for his continued and persistent interest in this issue, which many Americans have already forgotten. On February 3rd, 2023, a Norfolk Southern freight derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. The wreck involved 38 cars carrying hazardous chemicals, which ignited and then spread in these prolonged fires. The East Palestine community members immediately began experiencing a range of initial health symptoms, including headaches and respiratory and skin and eye irritations, prompting concerns about the broader long-term impacts on maternal and child health. At the urging of Vice President, the National Institute of Health, under my direction, has launched a 5-year, $10 million research initiative to address health outcomes stemming from this calamity. This is the first large-scale coordinated multi-year federal study focused specifically on the long-term health impacts of the East Palestine disaster. The program will support robust community-engaged epidemiological research to understand the impacts of exposures on short and long-term injuries. It will also support public health tracking and surveillance of the community's health conditions to help us make informed health care choices and take appropriate preventative measures. I want to thank Vice President Vance for not forgetting about the people of East Palestine, for making this an important issue, and for allowing us to launch this important initiative.
This is a big announcement, guys. I'm very, very excited about it.
I am absolutely delighted to make this announcement today, and I want to thank Vice President Vance and Secretary Kennedy for staying on this issue. The purpose and goal of the NIH, the mission, is to advance the health and well-being of the American people, and this is a concrete way that we're going to do that. The NIH is working to ensure that the people of East Palestine and the surrounding communities are listened to, cared for, and they get the answers they deserve. Today, the NIH has established a program to coordinate health-related research with public health department needs and clinical practice to respond to the health effects of the derailment. The train was carrying hazardous materials, including vinyl chloride, butyl acrylate, ethylene glycol, and benzene residue, and community members have experienced a range of health issues following the incident. The NIH's multidisciplinary research program will focus on public health tracking and surveillance of the community's health conditions to support healthcare decisions and preventative measures. Importantly, the program will be community-led. It'll emphasize extensive, well-coordinated communications among researchers, study participants, community stakeholders, and healthcare providers, and others to provide a comprehensive approach to address the affected community's health concerns. The NIH intends to allocate up to $10 million across 5 years. The deadline to submit proposals is July 21, and we anticipate starting research this fall. Thank you so much, and so proud to be working on this effort with you guys.
Thank you, guys. I want to thank the president for making this possible and thank these two guys for their hard work to actually implement this. This is a very big day, not just for the people of East Palestine, but for anybody who wants to understand the connection between the chemicals that we use every day and the effects that it has on people's health. No one has tried to do this in this particular way. I think it's going to benefit millions of Americans. We're going to know more than we knew because of the hard work of the guys standing next to me.
Yay, finally something is going to be done for these people. And I'm thankful for that. I shared that with him and he said it was not, didn't work. So I copied your name and I pasted it for him in the Discord. But yeah, finally, I know it's finally, but the thing is, he's only been president, what, 6 months now?
Yeah.
So he's doing what he said he would do. And he's got the people in there to help him implement everything. So if we can just be patient, I know it's taken longer than we'd hoped because it's so deep with shit, but it's going to happen. I just have a feeling that things are going to happen as long as we just don't abandon them. We got to keep fighting for what we believe, and slowly but surely, it's starting to unfold. We're starting to see something happening. So if we can just hang on for a couple more months, to start seeing a little more open up. I think we're all going to be really happy with it, especially for our families. I really think that'll make a big difference. So now I'm going to share what you have down here, Bruce, okay? But thank you for letting me show that. Remember, I talked about it at the beginning that I said I wanted to share that I thought was real important. There you go.
All right. So here's my accusation. I think these two are related. Now, the internet says they're not. But I look at that and I just trust my eyes. There's people out there that will tell you not to trust your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to trust that. That looks like they're cousins at least, or uncles and nephew. Look at that chin. Look at the eye spacing. The ear's a little different, but I mean, Soros is also 90 plus years old when he gets this photo taken. And Zelensky's in what, his 40s or something? I just don't like it. I don't like either of these men. All right. There we go.
So that was all you wanted to share on that one, that thing?
That's all I wanted to show. I wanted to be a dickhead and be like, no, I said earlier these two look like fucking relatives, and I think those two are relatives.
Well, I have something I want to share. This was shared to me by a person in the shit show chat, Woke Breaker, and he thought it was important enough to share it, so I want to share it with you guys. It's from Instagram. But he says, programmer under oath admits computers rig elections. So let's listen to it.
Huh, surprise, right?
Yeah.
You guys didn't think this would happen, did you?
Mr. Curtis, would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Clinton Eugene Curtis.
And where do you reside?
Tallahassee, Florida.
And what is your profession?
I'm a computer programmer.
Would you please speak into the microphone so the audience can hear your testimony?
I'm a computer programmer.
Mr. Curtis, are there programs that can be used to secretly fix elections?
Yes.
How do you know that to be the case?
Because in October of 2000, I wrote a prototype for President Congressman Tom Feeney at the company I worked for in Oviedo, Florida, that did just that.
And when you say did just that, it would rig an election?
It would flip the vote 51-49 to whoever you wanted it to go to and whichever race you wanted to win.
And would that program that you designed be something that elections officials that might be on county boards of elections could detect?
They'd never see it.
There you go. So there you go. It definitely showed that it can happen. And any person I've talked to that does work with computers and understands programming and stuff like that, they said it could happen. So it's just the people that don't understand how computers work and things like that that is still hanging on, believing that's impossible, but they can't do it. So it's going to take a lot of work to get people to believe it. I don't know how old it is. I don't follow that guy on Instagram. I'll have to ask Wokebreaker to share it, but he shared it in the shit show chat. So I assumed because he put it in there, he wanted me to share it. So I did. So the thing is, you can look that up. I'll get the little let's see, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Here's the link for that. So anyone that wants to ask Rock or use some other method to find out what you can about it, go for it and let me know what you find out. There's the link. I just shared it. For anyone who wants to find out about it. But there's a couple other little things on here I thought were pretty interesting because it's great. Because when you have a lot of people all putting information in, I get a chance to go through and look and say, wow, this is interesting. I like this. I like that. And I like a few of the funny things because I think it's important that we laugh as much as we can. And when we got so much shit going on. But this is another one I thought was, I think it's this one. Oh, here is a question a lot of people were asking me. How does a bunker buster work? Because I had no idea that it was even a thing. I thought it was something somebody made up because they thought it was funny. But I found this when I was looking for it. So I'm going to play it for everybody so you guys can find out how a bunker buster works.
I want to go deeper on the bunker buster bomb and how it works. Let's take a look now. First, it requires the use of a BT stealth bomber. It's the only aircraft currently programmed to carry that 30,000-pound payload that they are considering. Once in position, the B-2 drops 2 bombs, which are guided to target with GPS and internal navigation systems. The first bomb burrows into the ground and explodes, creating a hole up to 200 feet below the surface. The second bomb follows into that same hole, further burrowing into the ground and exploding well below the 200-foot mark. So they got to drill into that mountain where the Fordo nuclear site is. I want to go deeper on the bunker buster bomb and how
it's funny that that's the stealth Dorito that they have there. That's the only plane. That's the only plane I know that. Well, maybe the B-52 has this too, but the B-2 actually has like a little spot where the pilot can go lay down, take a nap. He can microwave food in a limited little kitchen spot, and he can literally use a shitter. There's a shitter on that plane because you're going to be in the air.
It has to go so far. Is it because it's traveling so far?
Yeah, like between 12 and 18 hours.
It's in one, and there's one pilot?
Generally, yeah.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
You throw it on
No, I didn't know
autopilot.
that. I had no idea all that was in a.
The B-2 is one of the coolest fucking planes out there. I mean, all of our bombers are just badass. The B-2 is cool, the Dorito, and then you got the Buff, which everybody loves because the old man voice that Habitual does. But the one that I really like is the Bone, or the B-1. And the new version of it, they're thinking about putting out the new version, the B-1R, or the Boner. And I can't wait for that to fucking happen. I want the Boner to be a thing in the military. But anyway, the Boner would be basically just an updated version of the B-1. The B-1's a really, really sweet jet. It does a lot of high speed delivery tactics. But the B-52 is the one everybody knows because you've got grandfathers and grandsons on the same plane. It's great. Grandpa Buff is ready. Yes, indeed, Grumpy.
Here is your other article that you wanted to read.
Oh God, this was a funny fucking day.
Oh yeah. So here you go.
Scroll down, please.
Okay.
The anti-free speech platform Blue Sky can't handle anyone who isn't in lockstep with their agenda of the far left echo chamber. Minutes after Vice President J.D. Vance created a Blue Sky account, he was almost immediately banned. He actually was immediately banned. On Wednesday, Vance shared his first Blue Sky post saying on Blue Sky, just set up my page on Blue Sky. Hope to see you guys there. And then he makes his first, and scroll down for this image because you guys just need to see it. Hello, Blue Sky. I've been told this app has become a place to go for common sense political discussion and analysis. I'm so thrilled to be here to engage with all of you. And so he then illustrates this little article. There's several problems with the appealing and deferring to the authority of the expert class. First, so-called experts have no license to countermand the wisdom, fairness, or logic of legislative choices. He gives the FCC versus Beach Communications Incorporated, and this is in 1993. Second, contrary to representation in the United States and the private plaintiffs, there's no medical consensus on how best to treat gender dysphoria in children. Third, notwithstanding the alleged experts' view that young children can provide informed consent to irreversible sex transition treatments, whether such consent is possible is a question of medical ethics that the states must decide for themselves. Fourth, there's particularly good reasons to question the expert class here, as recent revelations suggest that leading voices in this area have relied on questionable evidence and have allowed ideology to influence their medical guidance. Yes, like using the Kinsey studies as modern research.
Mm-hmm.
So to that end, I found Justice Thomas's concurrence on medical care for transgender youth quite illuminating. He argues that many of our so-called experts have used bad arguments and substandard science to push experimental therapies on our youth. And he follows that with, I might add that many of those scientists are receiving substantial resources from Big Pharma to push these medicines on kids. What do you think, Blue Sky? Not long after that, in a statement to Newsweek Wednesday evening, spokesperson for Blue Sky said Vance's account was removed because the platform system flagged it as potential imposter. Oh, if only the people at Blue Sky knew the trolling ability of the E4 Mafia, which our vice president allows. Vice President Vance's account was briefly flagged by our automated systems that tried to detect impersonation attempts, which have targeted public figures like him in the past. Blue Sky said in a statement. The account was quickly restored and verified so people can easily confirm its authenticity. And we welcome the Vice President to join the conversation on Blue Sky, the company said.
Yeah, that's Ian.
You couldn't
Well,
find
that's
it.
hilarious.
They had to restore everything, and now our trolling VP is over on Blue Sky. Whenever he's bored, he goes over there and he just puts something out there, and 30,000 angry fucking theater kids just screech into the abyss. God, I love JD Vance. He is so good.
Here's another good juicy one.
As ICE agents face a 500% increase in assaults, NYC mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo wants you to make it easier to find them. Show us who you are. I need to dox you. Former New York governor and current NYC mayoral frontrunner Andrew Cuomo is publicly calling for procedures that would place ICE agents at risk of being doxxed, potentially putting their lives and families in danger. Cuomo shared a statement demanding that ICE agents unmask themselves to make it easier for them to be identified by potentially violent protesters and other retards. ICE agents should not be allowed to hide behind anonymity. They must be required to identify themselves. Let's be clear. ICE does not run this city. They cannot violate fundamental human rights, and they cannot operate with impunity free from accountability, Cuomo said. This is so good. What we saw yesterday with the detainment. I'm sorry. What we saw yesterday with the detainment of the city comptroller was a demonstration of the flagrant abuse of power currently taking place under the Trump administration. And it happened in part because we have a mayor who has turned a blind eye and handed President Trump the keys to New York City. He continued, if ICE is willing to do this to a sitting elected official with security and staff and in full view of the media, imagine the violations they're willing to commit when there's no one documenting their actions, when there's no one present to stand up. Think of the families, the innocent children who are being subjected to ISIS thuggery. This is not justice. This is not law enforcement. This is a blatant abuse of power. New York City deserves a mayor who will fight for its people and who will demand respect for the law and for individual rights. I've lived through this before with President Trump and the ICE tactics that he is not only condones, but mandates. And Cuomo concluded, I almost said his name is Cumshot. Cumshot concluded, in New York City, we fight for what is right. We stand for what is just. Federal ICE agents in New York must unmask and identify themselves immediately. Cuomo reinforced his dangerous suggestion in a video on X saying, take off the mask. If you're not embarrassed by what you're doing, show us who you are. So ICE took the X to respond to Cuomo's dangerous demand. Happy to educate you, Andrew Cuomo. When our heroic law enforcement officers conduct operations, they clearly identify themselves as law enforcement while wearing masks to protect themselves from being targeted by highly sophisticated gangs like Tren de Agua and MS-13, criminal rings, murderers, and rapists. Attacks and demonization of our brave law enforcement is contributing to our officers now facing a 500% increase in assaults and batteries. Happy to educate. Scroll down. In May, the Gateway Pundit reported that the Justice Department, they opened a criminal investigation of Cuomo's testimony on nursing home deaths during a COVID pandemic. Oh, wait, the COVID pandemic? Are you going to look at what Andrew Cuomo did with the old folks' homes? Oh, this could get good. Last month, House Oversight Chairman James Comer submitted a criminal referral to Attorney General Pam Bondi, demanding that the Department of Justice pursue charges against disgraced former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo for lying under oath during pandemic-era investigations. The letter addressed directly to AG Pam Bondi accused Cuomo of violating 18 U.S.C. 1001, a federal statute prohibiting false statements to Congress. Oh. So this could be good because I remember the COVID years. I'll be right back, Janet. Cuomo murdered NY's elderly, and so did Newscomb over in California. If we vote for those people to be in power, we're idiots. Breakfast ice cream. All right, Janet.
In 1979, a massive revolution in Iran brought about the Ayatollah Khomeini to power. The then Shah of Iran and his wife, Her Imperial Majesty Farah Pahlavi, were forced out of their homeland. This is them leaving at the airport. But under the Ayatollahs, the freedom that they promised never materialized. In fact, they cracked down, beating and imprisoning women who refused to wear the hijab, gay Iranians, anyone who dissents. Now the son of the late Shah, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, who has been in exile, is advocating for a new future for Iran. He says he believes that the moment is now. He posted this on social media, quote, "The Islamic Republic has reached its end. It is in the process of collapsing. Khamenei, like a frightened rat, has gone into hiding underground and has lost control of the situation. What has begun is irreversible." I spoke with him moments ago, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran. Here's our talk. Crown Prince, thank you very much for joining us at this historic moment in time. It's good to have you with us.
Good afternoon, Martha. Good to be with you as well.
Tell me, first of all, Crown Prince, what is your understanding of what is actually the situation on the ground right now in Iran?
The latest report that we have had, Martha, is that the control apparatus of the regime is almost collapsing. And we see more and more of that sort of reports that are coming to us from personnel within the military or intelligence that says so, that it's really falling apart much faster than it was, let's say, last week. The problem, however, is that the regime has cut off the nation from any communication. Internet and even landlines are down. Families that are trying to figure out what's happening to their loved ones cannot communicate. And I hope that we can overcome this problem very soon, so the nation is not detached or unable to communicate, which, as you know, is crucial for anything that needs to be done. The regime is so desperate that it's now taking this initiative to impede on the process. But I know we will overcome this. It's a big challenge. And my compatriots are extremely resilient. Many of them have stood, in Tehran, besides those who have left the capital city. And their resolve is amazing. Their courage is really amazing. It's a shout out to them that despite all the hardship, they believe that this time victory is near. And we need that courage and that moral support that the world needs to also give us, that this time they're going to be on our side rather than continue thinking that this regime will ever provide a solution. Historic opportunity to put an end to all the problems, not just the nuclear threat, but every other thing that has been associated with this regime ever since it took over. And I think my compatriots have proven that despite the threats, despite the repression, despite being executed, besides being tortured, besides being shot in the eye, they're still in the streets, standing firm, and hopefully at some point the world will say, now it's time for us to step in and allow for this process to take its natural course, help the Iranian people overcome this regime, because everybody, as a result, will benefit. Not just my compatriots, of course, but I think many people around the world will understand how different an Iran, a different Iran could be for all of us.
Janet, volume.
Damn it. I had my mic off. Sorry. I really wanted everybody to see that because I didn't know anything about this happening. You know, I didn't know that they were run out of their own country and the people just had to accept it because there was enough people in charge. I didn't know anything about it. That's why it was interesting. I didn't even know they had a crown prince, you know. It's interesting because I never had to look at it and notice anything. But one of the things I wanted to share, I got to copy it and do it because I don't know what happened to it because it just seems like it's gone. So let me open a new thing and I'm going to post it. And then I'm going to open it for you guys to see this because I was shocked when I saw this. So let me pause it. I'm going to make it bigger and then I'm going to add it so you guys can see it because the difference is night and day of what it was back then. I guess in 1979, this is what the women and stuff look like in that country.
They used to look like girls, like actual women with bodies and boobs.
The king and queen were run out of their country, and the people were basically the women. It was like a bunch of marauding men that couldn't get the woman they wanted, or you know that they weren't happy with the lifestyle they had, and they thought, well, we want to be men to be able to just knock a woman on the head with a club and drag her into our cave. Basically, that's what they wanted, and that's the mentality basically of how women and young girls are treated over there. They are treated like they're just pieces of meat. They can't go to school. They can't have a job. If they show let's say they trip and fall in the street and their ankle is seen, and so 20 men jump on top of her and rape her. Now they can stone her to death in the street because now she's unclean because she's a slut and a whore. That's how they look at women over there. That mothers, grandmothers, sisters.
There's things you can say which can forward Western civilization, but I'm okay with civilizations with that mindset going away or being replaced.
Yeah, I want you guys to see this. It's only 27 seconds long, but look at this. Look at the before, what you just saw, the pictures that they were showing, and this. I'm not going to play the music.
Thank you.
That is amazing. Yeah, she was beat because she took off her hijab.
How to ruin your nation. Well, let's embrace Islam. Yeah, that's a stupid fucking idea.
Before and after, it's really sad, but I'm going to copy this. I want to share this before and after little video for everyone because people keep saying, oh, that's never going to happen in Texas, or that can never happen here. This won't ever happen there.
You remember that lady that got her head hacked off at a factory in Oklahoma because there was a Muslim man that was there and he was talking about all the great things that Muslim and Islam was doing for his life. And then one day he just hacked his coworker's head clean the fuck off. I remember that.
I remember you talking about that.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
But I can tell you right now, if another country invaded us and they came in and told me that and my daughter or whatever that we were going to be slaves and that we would have to cover our bodies head to toe, it would be a sin. But I would feed my daughter poison and I would take poison myself because I would rather die, and she wouldn't be committing suicide. So she would go to heaven, but I'd have to sacrifice my soul to save my child. I would. I mean, it sounds pathetic, but I'm telling you, lots of mothers would do it to save their kid from a life of being raped daily, mutilated, or whatever else they wanted to do. Because I can't even fathom what these people go through, these women, these young girls. I mean, they mutilate women's bodies over there so that because they think that certain parts of your body cause pleasure, and you're not supposed to have pleasure. You're just a baby making machine, and little boys are for fun. Basically, that's how they look.
That's the Middle East in a nutshell.
So, yeah, I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't want to live that way. I would rather not be alive. So, and they probably would, get rid of me anyways. But I'm just saying, my heart bleeds for these people, and to see what they were to what they are, they went back in time. It was almost like they went back to the Stone Age.
They did. They went back to 600 fucking AD.
It's really, really, really sad, the whole thing. But hold on, there was a couple other things I wanted to share. Let me I gotta pull it up. I'm sorry, I have a hard time figuring some of this stuff out. But this right here I thought was interesting. It was on Jesse. It's on Jesse's channel. Sorry, it went a little ways. Okay, let me play this. Make sure it's turned up. Here we go.
Fox News alert, there's been an earthquake in Iran, 5.1 magnitude right outside the capital. But the war isn't slowing down. The USS Nimitz carrier strike group arrives in the region this weekend, doubling the number of aircraft carriers there. Trump telling reporters that 2 weeks isn't a deadline. Anything could happen before then.
Does Iran have 2 weeks, or could you strike before that? Are you essentially giving them a 2-week timeline?
I'm giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
This period of time gives Trump more military options as he moves more assets into place. It could also be a setup for a surprise attack, and it lets Israel soften up Iranian targets and suppress their capacity to retaliate if Trump does decide to join the offensive. Continued Israeli bombardment could pressure the Iranians to sign away their nuke program. Trump's hoping that's the case. Today, Iranian negotiators met with European diplomats in Switzerland, but there was no breakthrough. The regime continues to insist on enrichment. Trump says negotiations with the Europeans, waste of time.
Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians? No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one.
Iranian negotiators are saying they'll only meet with the United States if Israel stops its airstrikes. But Trump has already said, we're not interested in a ceasefire. We want a solution. And the Israeli airstrikes have been very effective.
Would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
You know, they're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian work. You know, it's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go nuclear a little bit because we need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that.
The march to war was picking up speed, and the 2-week window takes the pressure off and gives Trump control of the timeline, not Netanyahu. There's risks to action and there's risks to inaction. It's like life-saving emergency surgery. It's delicate and dangerous. Sources say the president's looking at what happened to Libya. Quote, the president in recent days has specifically mentioned the oil-rich North African country's decades-long plunge into anarchy in 2011, after the U.S. joined a NATO bombing campaign to oust dictator Muammar Gaddafi. Gaddafi saw America topple Saddam over WMDs, so he got rid of his program voluntarily, thinking it would save him from an invasion. But Obama, Hillary, and the Europeans exploited the vulnerability, launched airstrikes, and Gaddafi was brutally murdered by the Arab Street. Libya is now a failed state. It's run by militias and terrorists. And Europe had to absorb waves of refugees. Air campaigns aren't always successful. Look at North Vietnam. Look at Kosovo. They're attractive because they limit casualties, but Trump's ruled out boots on the ground.
Is an aerial campaign in Iran enough, or do you need ground forces? Well, I'm not going to talk about ground forces. The last thing you want to do is ground forces.
Iran's mountains and deserts create a natural fortress, and any ground assault would be a death wish. If the Ayatollah's taking out in an airstrike or a coup, there's no natural opposition group to seize power. Those in charge will be men with guns, and they will try to bring back some sort of clerical leadership, because after all, this is an Islamic republic. If the supreme leader were toppled and foreign enemies sought to foment public unrest by bombarding the country, enforcing a no-fly zone and applying economic pressure, as they did against Saddam Hussein's Iraq in the 90s. The Guard would use brute force to maintain power. This is the reason Trump and his team have been working around the clock to reach a deal behind the scenes. 47 knows if you snuff out the Ayatollah without planning for the aftermath, he owns what happens next.
President, are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are...
Whoops, sorry.
Actually in danger. Can you believe it?
If the United States did take military action, the Iranians could have a clandestine nuclear operation. They could activate it without us knowing and spin up a nuke in the dark. Once the missiles start flying, things move fast. The exiled Shah's son is already meeting with congressmen and planning for a post-Ayatollah Iran. At least there's planning for what comes next. You couldn't say that for some of these other wars. This is why there's only one commander-in-chief. President Bill Clinton, he was given an opportunity to preemptively strike North Korea's nuclear program in the 90s. He chose not to. And today, North Korea can put a nuclear warhead on an intercontinental ballistic missile within the range of California. Bill Clinton also was given the opportunity to take out bin Laden in the 90s. He chose not to. And then just a few years later, 9/11. Iraq, Libya, North Korea, bin Laden. These are all fresh in 47's mind. As he likes to say, we'll see what happens.
Very, very interesting. I like Jesse. I like the way he puts things together and how he
Too many parallels, though.
do what?
I just see too many parallels between now and 2002, 2003.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, you're always going to see parallels when it comes to war. If you were there or
It's
you
the same
remember what
people.
Is it
always the same people, Yogi?
That's what I'm saying.
It's always the same people.
Because you're still alive. See, if it was your child and your child was your age, those people wouldn't be alive. So it wouldn't see it exactly the same way you're seeing it. Does that make any sense?
It does, but I still just I don't have a problem with
At
Israel.
least we have
they're not the same.
persons. You know what you always say about, I get sick and tired of hearing all these people bitching and moaning, but nobody has a solution, right?
My solution involves a large fucking mushroom over the Middle East, and we call it a day.
Well, I know, but there's other people that have have nothing, and they were not involved in any of it. They're just trying to live their lives.
And a lot of them moved the fuck out. I know a lot of Persians in Austin, Texas, and even though Austin is the center of shitholeness in all of Texas, it is the worst city in the entire state. There's no need for us to worry that we're going to exterminate the whole Iranian people, because the good ones have left. The ones that had the means to get the fuck out have gone, and the ones that don't mind what's going on there, they're still part of the system. They're still there.
Just like I just said earlier, all those women that we saw in that video, before and after, what did I tell you happened to those women?
Oh, they probably either left.
So how many women?
Out in Iraq.
How many women and children are in that country right now? If you had to take a guess.
I don't know how many women and children are in that country.
Dropping a mushroom cloud on top of a country with all those women and children that are there, not because they want to be there.
I'm glad you weren't part of the fucking decision in World War II.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but I'm glad I wasn't either. But what I'm trying to say is, Trump, from everything I just heard in that interview, Trump is trying.
He's trying
to put another person that was legally there before, the son of the crown prince, in there to step in and try to put his country back together. He's got a plan to do that. I would rather see at least to try this plan and try to stabilize them and give them back their crown prince and save those women and children and the few men that have been depressed or whatever you want to, held down against her will or whatever.
You know, he sent.
Do that.
He
And see what happens. And then if it all fails, then drop a nuke on it if that's what you think is the answer to everything. I don't. I think
Violence
this
is the
great
supreme authority.
Trump is a decent person that doesn't want to see us have to do this. He's trying to find an answer, and at least he's doing something. None of these other people have done shit.
Nope, they haven't.
I would
You're right.
rather see him make the try. Okay. And if it doesn't work, then, the worst comes to worst. Like if you get bit by a zombie, you can either chop your leg off or watch yourself slowly die and rot and become a zombie yourself. Okay. But just like a snake bite, if you get bit and the poison gets past where you've got it tied off, more than likely you're about to die. But you make an effort first before you let them die. So hopefully, something good will come of it. But there's one more video I wanted to share that I thought gives me hope on top of what we just saw with the Crown Prince and what it was like before and after. Okay, I'm going to share this because this is another video that came across my timeline along with some of these other ones. But this is right here. Iranian girls remove their hijabs, take over their school, and chant death to the dictator and the Islamic regime. They want to be free. Okay. They don't want to live this way anymore. They don't want to get married when they're 9 and have their genitals removed, basically, so that they can enjoy what God gave them to enjoy, so they can fall in love and have children with someone that cares about them and enjoy sex like you're supposed to, like the men do, stuff like that. So here we go. Here's these young women. Watch. So maybe there's enough people there that are going to help fight for their country and for their children, that one day that they're going to have a home where they have a mom and a dad and freedom to dress the way they want and be the people they want to be. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that'd be nice. I'd like that.
I'm just saying, that's why I want to see if this works. Mm-hmm. If Trump can figure out how to do this, I want to at least try to give him the chance to do it, because you can just drop a couple things and turn them all into glass, or you can try to make a difference. And hopefully we can. We'll see. But I'm praying, because I have faith. I believe in God, and I believe that God loves all the people on this planet, and he wants to see the best side of every one of these situations, if he can do it. But what did he give us? He gave us free will. So we have to try to do things for ourselves, and he will intervene. But I believe that we have to have faith and have something to believe in. And those girls sure seem like someone that's ready to fight for what they want. And guess what? I'm glad they blurred that out, because if any of those girls were found out, they wouldn't be alive. They'd be stoned to death, basically. But do you want me to share this video?
I do.
Okay, here we go.
News anchor there who was just lecturing the country about how terrible Israel was rushes off screen after Israel literally bombs her broadcast. Israel Defense Minister.
But did you hear what she was saying during that broadcast?
Yeah, the whole time she's talking about how Allah will not let Iran be dictated to by Israel, and Israel will feel the boot of the mighty Allah upon them, and they will be triumphant. And the next thing you know, the fucking lights start to shake and dust starts to settle down, and your little shitty studio just got bombed like a Gaddafi's tent. You know?
Yeah, she took off running.
Yeah, she was like, "Fuck this! I hate Western civilization." When they got the upper hand, well, yeah, lady, you put your chips on that. you bet on black and it spun red.
Yeah, it was just funny. And then I got that one video that you said you want me to share. It says "Shame on you."
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna share that real quick. So just give me 1 second. Let me open it again. Shame
At
on
campaigns and
you.
conquests, force is required to undo the Iranian regime. Then they will have a chance. Exactly. And the thing is that I hope that actually good people get in power. The Middle East, the problem I have with the Middle East is that good people never stay in power. Good people kind of are there, but they don't have a spine to stick around and see things through. See Iraq, see Afghanistan, and the people we trusted those areas to with our military training. And as soon as we left, oh, here you go, Taliban, you can have this real estate. And it fucking pisses me off. It's like, why the fuck did we even die for your shitty country if you're not going to fucking
You
grip
see
it
that?
and
Did you
ride it?
see the Crown Prince? Okay, when he did his interview, and then the pictures of the king and the queen and the people and the way they were dressed. They had a thriving country. They had a country that people were going to college, people were getting jobs, people were getting married, people were living their lives. And what happened to them was a Biden got elected. You see what I'm saying? That's what happened to them. So what are we supposed to do? Say, oh, well, Biden's got elected. Let's drop a big bomb on us and turn us all to glass because we don't deserve to live. Because I guarantee other countries are looking at us and saying that shit. So we can say that shit about other countries, but we can say it because we're frustrated, but we're going to make an effort.
I still want to bomb Biden. What's the rest of America?
You know what I mean? What I'm saying is the situation is just a little different because they cut people's heads off and stuff. We just had to listen to
We have
blubbering idiot.
lawfare over here. I'd rather have physical violence than financial violence. Call me a Jew, but I really don't. I don't have the funds to fucking go up against the fucking Soros family.
Yeah, I don't either. But in numbers, with all of our numbers, we can go up against it, and we are. That's what we're doing right now. So I'm going to play this video. I don't know what's in it. You said it wouldn't get me kicked off, so hopefully it won't. Here we go.
It's going to be Fox News. You got Tyrus talking about those dumb slags on the fucking View.
Okay, here we go.
Video.
Our view on the View. Ugh.
Whoopi once again has been caught being even dumber than we thought. Watch as she claims blacks in America have it worse than women in Iran. Roll it, Phyllis.
Let's just remember, too, the Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to basic human rights.
Listen, here's the thing. Let's not do that, because if we start with that, we have been known in this country to tie gay folks to the car.
I'm sorry, but where the Iranian regime is today,
I'm sorry,
they
just hanging black people. So
it is not even the same. I couldn't step during
this. That's not what you mean to say. It is the same.
No, it's not. The year 2025 in the United States is nothing.
Did Whoopi Goldberg get speech lessons from Jasmine Crockett? Because she seems more ghetto today in this video than what she usually is. Usually she comes out and she speaks like she was taught at Harvard or teaches at Harvard. This video here, she gets all ghetto on this shit.
Well, she's really pissed off.
So that's an excuse why you should.
Yeah, she's really pissed off. And she's not going to have it. You know what I mean? A lot of women, liberal women, it has nothing to do with her skin tone or anything. A lot of liberal women, as soon as they know that their narrative is already toppled, they just go in attack mode. And that's what almost immediately you could tell by her hands, the way she was moving her hands and the motions that she was making towards her. Don't go there, because she was already knew that she was about to lose this argument.
Getting all Shaniqua and shit on this. And I don't recognize this Whoopi. I've probably watched 13 Whoopi Goldberg films before she got involved with this bullshit program here.
Mm-hmm.
And I never saw her be ghetto. Ever. And I used to watch.
Well, she's an actress.
I used to watch Comic Relief whenever she was on with Billy Crystal and Robin Williams, and she wasn't ghetto. She was funny.
Yeah.
That's how she made her fucking bones. Now she's doing this, and she's slagging off the lowest common denominator, and she's going all Jasmine Crockett on this shit. This is not the Whoopi I know. This, yes, you're right. She's an actress.
But what did I tell you? If you spend, it's hard to have conversations with someone on a daily basis. I mean, we don't see each other every single day, but we talk a lot behind the scenes. We chat. We talk on the phone. We do video chat. We do all this kind of stuff. It's hard to all of a sudden to be a robot and just be the same every time we talk if it's not who I am. See what I mean? Just like you. You know, we see each other not at our best or whatever.
Whenever I talk to you, even when I've got things going on, like my wife's hospital visit last night, I still try to maintain a fair bit of decorum. And I think you do the same with me, even with all the things going on in your life, which you can't control.
Yeah, because that's who you are. You know what I mean?
And this,
and I am who I am. So you only seeing Whoopi 15 times maybe for a short little amount of time while she's on screen.
I'm going to be shameful here, and I'm going to tell you I probably watch 45 seconds of Whoopi a week because one of the news programs has to air the fucking View. They always gotta when it's a crunch time for commercials, and we're trying to make our bones for the next pay period. They quickly go to the View and let Whoopi talk, and that's how a lot of news comedy makes its money, by showcasing the stupidity the View does. Go ahead and roll tape. I'll shut up here.
Okay, here we go. Let's finish it. But I'm just saying, so now we're seeing the real Whoopi coming out of her persona because she gets mad. That changes you. She's becoming the real Whoopi.
Like if I step foot wearing this outfit in Toronto, I think it's very different to live in the United States in 2025 than it is to live in Iran.
Not if you're black.
Not for everybody.
Not if you're black.
Girls. Whoopi, you know you're on the very wrong side of history, even when the fake Republican disagrees with you. I haven't seen Whoopi wave her fingers like that since someone offered her a salad. But apparently that's a technique for summoning the demon associated with talking out of your ass. Even Alyssa couldn't tolerate the examples Whoopi made out of thin air, or since it's Whoopi, fat air. Kat, yeah.
She was like,
I know.
We in this country.
Everyone just knew he was going to me. Yes, he was going on. And he didn't.
But you have a very good Iranian friend.
She was like, we in this country tie gay people to car. It's like, speak for yourself. I don't do that.
No. Well, you didn't do it that one time.
The fact that she's making an argument against an argument that no one's making. When she's like, well, murdering someone for their differences is not good. It's like, I would take it a step further. I would say it's very not good.
Yes.
That's not what anyone is saying. And I think what was even worse than the fact that she said that was the fact that the audience was clapping.
Yeah.
Which means there's more than one of them.
But you know what? Sometimes I think it's an applause sign.
Yeah.
Because
is it an applause sign where you're also held at gunpoint? Because I would not clap for that.
No.
I would not clap for it's just as bad here as it is in Iran. I would not clap for that.
But there was something on display there that is really a core issue of our time. She said how it feels to be a black person. She went on to say that as compared to the objective reality of living in Iran, feelings are more important than objective reality right now, and that is a pathological state.
What?
Okay, so you and I were obviously white people, but the thing is that both of us have experienced our levels of wealth and lack thereof.
Yeah.
And we struggle pretty hard to make our ends meet. But for somebody to just claim that an immutable characteristic is impeding them from attaining success and millions of dollars, I'm going to call bullshit, because like I said, I've watched a lot of movies with Whoopi Goldberg in it. I've watched Tammy and the T-Rex, which I guess I should actually threaten you with that since you keep throwing sappy movies at me. But you haven't seen Bad Funny yet with me, and that definitely goes with Bad Funny. Tammy and the T-Rex is a really bad comedy film that has Whoopi Goldberg and somebody in a dinosaur outfit, and they try to sell it. They really try their hardest to sell it, and I guess one of these days Janet will have to experience that. But this movie, this show that you and I are watching right now, when they start ripping up Whoopi Goldberg, you're going to see that they don't really leave any stones unturned. They go on every possible way to get a joke across, because I guess Fox News is losing money. They do a good job with this. And yeah, I mean, Grumpy Old Ninja says, this is, Whoopi Goldberg talks about borrowed victimhood. Here's a multimillionaire lady who used to take good direction, who used to say funny things, and now she's trying to parrot herself as like, I'm working for you. I'm the working man. I'm the working lady. I'm just a working stiff. And look at me. I got medical problems. I can't afford my medical bills. And so look at me. I'm blimp now. And she's doing all these things to try to sell herself to the lowest common denominator in America. And I feel so sorry for people that think that Whoopi Goldberg and The View is real. I really do. And I don't know how to help them, because once we start talking, they find out my political persuasion and they turn into a shrieking harpy. That usually doesn't bode well for further conversation. But I feel very sorry for people that think The View is real, or even this Fox News show, because this is probably the closest that Fox gets to being real in its 24 hours of broadcasting.
Did you ever get to watch the what was it called? Night something?
No.
When hold on, it was on this show. Guffield was on it. The Red Eye.
The Red Eye, yes, I've watched that
Did
a
you
lot.
ever watch it way back when it first started?
Yeah, it was funny.
Okay, yeah. To me, it was just a commentary show.
Yeah, and
that's what this is.
This is as good as it gets.
They're sitting around commenting on certain videos, just like what we're doing, basically.
Yeah.
We're watching videos and we're giving our point of view of what we just watched.
And more importantly, even though we don't have millions of viewers like Fox News, we do have a chat we can interact with. We do have a chat we can, sometimes call them by name or what have you, but we have an immediate feedback loop which we can engage in and say, hey chat, how you feeling with this? Do you like this? And we get that. They have a studio audience, but they're not actually interacting with them. They're just acknowledging the fact that they're applauding like baby seals.
Yeah.
And I actually kind of value what we have a hell of a lot more, even if it's for reduced numbers of 30, 40, 100 people. I love what we have, because
that's why I keep doing it.
This is much more constructive than just letting somebody else just go to network or cable television and seeing something. These guys here get kind of vicious in this, and I think this is a funny skit, which is why I recommended we watch this. And I'll shut up here.
Okay.
But I want you to see this, because I don't think you did you see this when it aired?
No.
Okay, I'll shut up.
Here we go.
We must get back to objective reality, because the feelings are just that. It doesn't matter what you're feeling. I mean, it matters, but it does not define reality. And feelings have been superseding reality. We've all moved into a state where discharge of emotions becomes the goal, rather than actually changing things for the better for people.
Yeah, well, if it's View, I hope it's just an emotional discharge.
Well, it's just like what we were talking about, every other show, that just because somebody comes in and goes, meow, I feel like a kitty today. And then so the teacher whips out a litter box and puts it in the corner. So when the kid wants to poop, they can go over and dig in the dirt and poop. Are they going to do that at the post office or at the grocery store whenever someone comes in and says, I feel like a puppy dog today, or I feel like a kitty cat? You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not reality. It's their feelings, just like he was saying. And we've talked about that many times, about we've got to stop catering to people's feelings and get back to business. You know, if you come in and you do an interview for a job and you say you're going to do this, that, and the other, and this is your job, and then you come in the next day dressed as a furry, should you be able to fire them because they're not wearing the uniform? They're not doing what they're supposed to do. That's not their job. So, you know, we've gotten to where it's more important to make the person feel good and give them a paycheck, even though your business is losing money. See what I mean? It's just dumb. I mean, we're going downhill. We're losing all sanity when it comes to our jobs, paying our way, and we're expecting other people to do our jobs, give us money, and us, you know, be hugged or whatever, instead of saying, you know, that's the stupidest motherfucking outfit I've ever seen, or something. You know, we got to bring back reality into our lives instead of coddling everyone and saying that, oh yeah, you look great today. You know, I don't know. It's just ridiculous. But let me go back.
Iris.
Well, hold on, Greg. First of all, I'd just like to say that for the many people that I have tied to cars, I never asked them about their sexuality. Never once.
And that's very progressive of you.
Yes, happy Pride Month. Listen, I love... Whoopi's right. I mean, it's been rough for us. I mean, you saw what just happened to me in the last segment. I'm trying to talk, and all the white people are like, oh, it's Tyra. I can make a phone call. You know? And it's...
How did that make you feel?
I felt very black.
Did you feel black?
Yeah,
it's worth Tyra's mouth just started snapping
By the way,
his fingers for
thank
you.
God black people don't do that in audiences.
Yes, yeah. No, we just talk the whole time and tell you how to do your show better. Oh, that's what I get paid to do. But it's only in America can a black person sit on a TV show getting paid millions and millions of dollars to have the floor and can say, it can interrupt people because she interrupted her.
Yeah.
And if according to her, life was like in Iran, it was for black people, her interrupting and speaking in public would have led to a stoning.
Yeah.
Like the ignorance, you live in a country where you might feel a certain way, but here's the one thing about America that makes it different than anyone else. You have an opportunity, even as dumb as the she just said, that she has an opportunity tomorrow. They won't fire her over that.
No.
She'll have an opportunity tomorrow to come on and fix it. Will she? She won't. But that's the thing about this country. Black, white, gay, straight, short, tall. Everyone's going to get hit with something. But the beauty about this country is there's always an opportunity for you to better yourself. So shame on you, Whoopi. Play the black card somewhere else because don't work here in America.
Yeah. You know, the irony of her defense of Iran is she was probably stoned.
That's why you're sitting in that chair.
I mean, she clearly has the munchies at all times. So that explains. I think there's a couple of facts that just simply got wrong. In Iran, they don't throw gays off of buildings. They force them to get sex changes.
Yes.
Tehran is the world trans sex capital because gay men are forced to get the surgery to get castrated to become women because then it's not gay, is their logic. And I think there's something kind of sad that a large portion of America's middle-aged women take their cues from someone who named themselves after a toy that makes farts. That's how she got her name. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
And she's acting like she doesn't something I do have in common with Whoopi, maybe Tyrus can help me. She's acting like she doesn't know the difference between a do-rag and a hijab.
When it comes to hair, we just leave Whoopi alone.
It's so hard watching The View because even when you're everybody in the table is saying something wrong. Right. Like it's like you're focusing on Whoopi, but then the woman who's arguing with her is also saying things that are wrong. Yeah. It's just one big.
Greg, nobody watches The View. They watch you watching The View.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only way The View gets its audience.
Keep doing it. Keep doing it so you don't have to. You're welcome, America. Thank me for my service. Coming up, a browser history dating. This is the best story.
That
Click
was
here
funny.
to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
That was funny.
I thought you'd like that.
I hadn't seen it, and I was really worried that we were going to get in trouble for that, but I didn't know what it was. You know, I didn't know.
Everybody, it's a fucking news show, so we're going to talk about the news.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not just the news. We talk about other things still, like we did the jetpack underwater, and you know, I just thought it was really interesting, and I try to share as much as I can because a lot of people are now starting to put stuff. Like I said, Wokebreaker put that one little thing in there, and I played it because I thought it was interesting. But the thing is that this is how we're going to win, by all of us getting together and sharing this, that, and the other, or whatever we can bring out, because I don't want to talk about what everybody else is talking about. If everybody else is all focused on, Netanyahu and whatever else, and this, that, and the other, and that's all they're going to talk about, why would I want to do a whole show around it? You see what I mean? When there's so much other shit going on that maybe no one heard about. You know what I mean? So I just think it's important. And if we stop doing it, you know, like what you said, I didn't see that. So if you hadn't brought it up, I never would have even seen that episode, to see Whoopi even make herself look even more stupid. You know what I mean? I just don't understand it.
She's really good at making herself look worse than what she did 20 minutes ago.
But he's right, though, when he said that she could come on her show tomorrow after a good night's sleep and say, man, that was the dumbest thing. I don't know why I thought about saying that. And all those people would forgive her. All the people that watch her show would say, yeah, she seemed like it was coming right from the heart. So I believe her. And that's it. But it would make other people that watch it saying, geez, they never apologize. They never pay for their, you know, that kind of thing, would say, what the hell froze over because she came out and apologized for it. So, you know, we can all better ourselves. I say that a lot, you know, that nobody's perfect. Not a single person on this planet is perfect. There'll only been one of them, and they're not here right now. And it's up to us to try to be better tomorrow than we were today. And we either can do it or we don't. But I can't do it for someone else. I can only do it for myself. So, you know, that's what I believe. I truly do believe that. And if we can just hold on, you know, hopefully by the end of this year, a lot of good things have be opened up, and we're going to see arrests, and we're going to see laws changing, you know, different things unfolding. And more people going, wow, you know, I'm really shocked. I can't believe that happened. But they're not saying it didn't happen. Remember the movie Victor Victoria that I got you to watch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it was my mother's favorite movies. She, you know, had Robert Preston, and it was really, really well done. But the one thing where him and the woman who played Victor Victoria were arguing about, he was going to be a Polish count, you know, that left because he wasn't accepted for his him being gay, you know, all this kind of stuff, right? And at the very end, that's when Robert Preston said he isn't gay, or he isn't really a prince, or whatever it was. And she said, but I don't understand. He goes, you're a woman, pretend to be a man, pretend to be a woman. All you have to do is get people to believe that you're a man. That's it. That's how simple it was. And it worked. She became an overnight sensation as a man pretending to be a woman. And that's basically what we're doing. We've got all these charades going on, and it doesn't matter what the truth is as long as everybody believes part of the truth. They only believe part of it. See what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's taking the bullseye off of the facts and letting you see just part of it. So that as long as there's that gray line or the blurred lines right there, they still don't have the facts. They still don't have the truth. And that's why slowly, remember when Kash Patel was being interviewed in front of everyone to see if he was going to be instated as the FBI director. And one of the guys, I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of the Republicans, the conservatives, that said, everyone calls you a conspiracy theorist or whatever. He goes, what does it feel like to actually be right about most of the conspiracies? When he asked him that, because more and more unfolding, we're finding out it was real, was true. And it's wonderful to have somebody like Cash in there right now, that as soon as he found out, and I'm sure one of the other agents brought it to him, the whole thing about the China making all those driver's licenses and doing all this stuff to interfere with the 2020 election, he declassified it immediately, because he felt it was that important that people like you and I see the truth and see that our own people, FBI agents, covered it up. It covered up a few other things and a few other things and a few other things like that. That's where we should be. Just like what Trump said, he's going to try to make it the most transparent 4 years that he can. And so far, from 6 months in, I feel like he has. I've never seen so much, unfolding in front of us, like the whole meeting with Zelensky, and the arguing and all that. So many people bitched and moaned and said, "Oh, Trump is so unprofessional, letting that be public." Well, I'd rather see what he was having to put up with, Instead, we've already sent them trillions and trillions of dollars. Why shouldn't we see who we were really sending the money to? You know what I mean? To see that person in action. Well, we got that chance thanks to Trump. So I don't know. So we just need to.
I'm not disagreeing.
We just need to try to be patient and see where we are by the end of this month. And then, like I said, I tomorrow I hope things will be a little better. Tomorrow I hope tomorrow will be like that. I just keep saying that to myself. Look in the mirror and say tomorrow it's going to be great. And I just do one day at a time. But if we can make it to the end of June, and we have our 4th of July coming up, and maybe see some good things happen each week, that I'm hoping and trying to hang on to the good stuff, like seeing me searching for arrests, of child pedophilia and of trafficking and all these different things slowly unfolding. I'm seeing it starting to happen again, where we are arresting people. We are doing something. The sheriffs are coming out saying, if you get in front of these people's car or they feel threatened, they have the right to drive off. And if you're in their way because you put yourself there, it's on you, and we should have the right to defend ourselves. That's how I feel about it. And the fact that we have a president with a whole cabinet that believes that same thing, that we have the right to defend ourselves, it makes me feel a little better that we're on the right track. And I think we are. I really do. But I don't know what your plans are this weekend, because I won't be getting to hang out with you. So do you have any plans to tell everybody about before we go off the show?
Tomorrow we've got game with the High Level Pathfinder crew. Mm-hmm. I'll be running your character as an NPC, going along with them, getting experience points. Mm-hmm. I know how to run clerics pretty okay. I'm not bad at it. Sunday, I don't think we're doing anything Sunday. Paint and chill. Unless you're going to be broadcasting with me. But I want you to be safe on Saturday.
Yeah, I won't be able to do it on Sunday because I'm going to be too busy trying to get packed and driving to Texas, so I can fly out.
I just know that I don't trust what's going on right now. There's too many actors involved with what's going on, and I do like the fail safe that Trump has put into play, which I was trying to talk about. And yeah, we have, aside from some other assets from the Air Force, we are putting the F-22. We're putting 8 of them within very close range of what's going on in Iran and Israel. So we're going to see exactly what that little jet can do. And I'm very excited. I'm here for it. As much as it sounds terrible, like, oh, you're a warmonger, you just want to see the military hardware get demonstrated. Well, yeah, I do kind of like that. Sorry. But I think the F-22 has been willfully fucked with. and underfucked with. We've never really used it except on a balloon. And there's been too many times in theory where the F-22 has been tested, and they say that it has a 15-to-1 kill ratio against simulated F-15s. And the F-15 is the undefeated fighter in the world right now for jets. So putting 8 of them over there is going to be very interesting. Real Wade Nation Gaming says, did you hear there was a 5.2 earthquake in Iran?
Yeah,
That news came out earlier.
That was on the waters thing that I showed. Remember, he said it was an earthquake.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. You know, I kind of feel sorry for those people in the affected area. I don't hate Iranian people. I've had interactions with them that changed my opinion of Iran, because growing up in the 70s and 80s, Iran was the bad guy. They always had people out in force, death to America, death to America, death to Israel. And so you don't really have a very nice feeling of people that call for your death all the time when you see them on TV. 30, 40 people in the crowd, or 500 people, or 1,000 people in the crowd screaming death to your country of origin. But once I finally got down to Austin and I was talking with people and not seeing everybody being a screeching harpy, I bumped into a group of Coptic Christians that were from Lebanon, and I bumped into another group of people in another enclave that are non-religious, but they're Iranian in origin, and they fled Islam, and they've been staying away from secular religion in general, and they have their own spirituality, but they are staying away from religion in general because their own experiment in life, it was a failure. It was a falsehood. So hearing them talk and getting names with faces and learning their own individual dreams and, you know, their families' roles in the replacement of their way of life after 1979, and then the realization, like, we really shouldn't have helped this. We shouldn't have sped this up. This was bad for everybody. I feel sorry for the Iranian people. I really do. But the Iranians are like most other theocratic countries over in that shithole Middle East, because the majority of people that know that Muslims or Islam is a way of life, they've never been able to crack open the Quran and read it themselves. They have to have somebody else read it for them. And so if you ever go overseas and you talk with Muslims, ask them if they read, or if they get this read to them. And more often than not, Muslims, by and large, are not uneducated people. They're nice. If you're part of their crew, if you're doing stuff with them, and that, you know, their job to kind of safeguard your existence while you're trying to help them out, they'll bend over backwards to help you. But they were not given that religion honestly. They've been deceived throughout the whole of time by the imams, by the people that run that religion, and they don't have a good faith understanding of what's within the Quran. And so you being able to read and write and disseminate information, and you can criticize the Quran very, very, very accurately, because it is a very evil book. But trying to impart that to somebody who loves their religion but yet can't read the text that it's written, you just kind of be quiet, nod politely, and leave safely. I don't want you to have problems. I don't want you to have a situation to where you get in a deeper situation than what you can handle. And I'm just talking to you from experience. I've met a lot of people from a lot of different countries. My first brush with Islam was a bunch of people out of Turkey. And earlier, Janet said the wives are there to produce babies, but when the men want to have sex and fuck things, they get the little boys out. Yeah, bakabazi is a thing. And you talk to anybody that's a practitioner of Islam, and they're going to try to deflect that conversation to anything else. I don't
now
really
they only deflect it here.
No,
But
they deflect it elsewhere.
I've seen videos of them in their own place with other people like them, you know, without infidels around, and they talk about it like it's no big deal.
I've had a Saudi and I've had Turkish both deflect whenever it's time to talk about
Yeah,
that.
because you were there. That's what I'm trying to say, because you were there. But if you had a camera in there and you were just watching them in their office, where they're from, talking about what they're going to do later this weekend or whatever, they don't deflect. They don't have to, because they're around their own non-infidels. They're all believers, so they don't have to deflect. Because once in their religion, if they see an infidel, they can say whatever they want. They can lie to you and do whatever they want, because it's not against their religion to do
because
that.
they have it within their little fucking book that it's okay to lie to infidels. All you're going to do is kill them anyway. That's within the book. It's okay for you to fuck a camel. Just don't feed it to your family. Take the camel or the other beast that you fucked in the ass to the next village and sell it there. So if you ever have to buy meat from a market in some shithole in the Middle East, you're just better to go vegan. You're not going to get it sprayed.
Well, I know I will never go there. And that's one reason why I never wanted to go to the Middle East, is because my dad said most countries in certain areas, you don't want to be a woman. You don't want to go there as a woman.
And I didn't mean to take this on a dark path. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. That's
I,
fine. I go on my rants all the time.
I have a very big aversion to the thought of us going to war again. I'm really.
I don't think we're going to.
I don't think we are either.
You know why?
All the assets being put in position, it would make it convenient if we did. I don't think Trump wants to pull that trigger.
Yeah, but you got to remember, just like what I've said a few times about Trump, you just have to show you have what it takes to kick their ass. That's all you got to do. When we show you our strength, it's out here, and I'm offering an olive branch. Here we go. Take this olive branch, and we're going to sit down, and we're going to figure this out. Or here's the alternative. Just like he said, here's a picture of your house. We could see it through our satellite. Do you want to sit down at the table and discuss this, or do you want me to hand you this picture of your house knowing I know where you live? You see what I mean? Yeah. That's all it takes. And they're going to say, yes, let's go discuss this, because they know they can't win. We have what it takes. We have a president that will just, because he cares about me in this country, in the United States of America.
He actually does. That's the
difference. And that they can see it. I know they can see it, because that's why everything is unfolded the way it has, is because they do fear us. But if you have the muscle behind you, and you have a diplomat in front that's saying, sit down at the table, let's all have a glass of wine, and let's discuss what we're going to do and how we're going to work this out. Or here's a picture of your house. It's just like I said, that's all he's got to do, because he knows they know they can't win. You know,
I'm
just
okay with it.
Say, socialism is for the people, not for the socialists. You know, so that Ayatollah could stand up there and say, "Death to all of you. You know, we're going to kill all of you. We're going to behead all of you, whatever," because he feels, I got my people right here. I'm untouchable. You're not going to hurt me. As long as he feels like he will never die and he will never suffer, he's going to keep doing it. But as soon as somebody gets in his face and says, "Try that one more time," okay, and they believe him, he's gonna cower. He's gonna find a way out of the situation.
That's the majority of bullies.
I know that's what they are. They're bullies until they feel threatened. And once they realize they cannot win the fight, they're gonna do whatever they have to stop it. So, and I do believe that. I really do believe that. So maybe, you know, when I'm old, I can travel to one of these countries that I would never have went to before. I've always wanted, since I was a little girl, to go to Egypt, but I'm afraid to go right now. I want to live, you know. I don't want to get blown up or stabbed or kidnapped and somebody trying to sell everything they own to get me back.
Let me entice you on an idea that I was told way back when I was a sailor.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go to Egypt? Can I save you some time? Get 2 photos, put them in front of you. Here's a photo of the pyramid. and then here's a photo of the Holiday Inn, and they're real close to each other, so like they could even put them apart to where they like one's across the street from the other.
Yeah.
And then I want you to put in your nose like the smell of shit and bad septic systems, and now just like you've experienced Egypt. There you go.
Have you been there?
No, I have
Oh.
not, but I've heard this from multiple people because that my old ship, the McCandless, had made their way there, and so the McCandless had done that, and so
Yeah,
I
this is
decided
one
to
of the
take
reasons
somebody else's.
why I won't. I probably will never go. But if I felt like the world was different, that our president made a difference in the world, and they could go back. If Iran can go back to what we saw in the pictures before 1979 compared to after, maybe I'll have faith again, and I'll feel like maybe I can go there.
And that'd be awesome. I'm not going to say that's not. I watched my fair share of 1920s adventure films like The Mummy. I would love for that to be a valid option to go and enjoy a resort or time away from. I think that'd be great. But I'm also a realist, and I know who they worship and how they worship, and I'm like, I think I'll pass. Because that was where Laura Logan was, I think, back when she got attacked and raped.
Yeah. Yeah, her whole group of people. Didn't they all get killed? Or most of them?
I don't know if they all got killed. No, I have no idea.
And she was raped by multiple people.
I know that happened.
Mm-hmm. It's horrible.
And that unless she had 3 other witnesses to help testify against the men that did that to her, you need
5 people to speak out on their behalf.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just saying.
5 men.
I thought she had to have 4 women to speak out on her behalf, but I guess certain countries are different. I always heard you had to have double the amount of women witnesses. You need 4 to defend you on a rape.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. It seems like a very back-ass words fucking religion to me. And there's reasons why I fucking deride it all the time. So go figure it out. I'm not a fan. And if you feel offended by that, I do apologize. I'll see if I can get a care package of Band-Aids to you. Most of you are not offended.
You don't have to do that. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah. But I'm going to be, I won't be available tomorrow or Sunday. And I'll be flying to go to Vegas to see my daughter in Nevada. And then I'll come home and then I'll start going back to my normal routine. Now I have my Thursday show and my Friday show set up to automatically go by themselves. 2 older shows that I thought were pretty good. The one where I'm talking with Sean about what was the name of that movie with Walton Goggins, the TV series Fallout.
Okay.
So talking about the game and the show and all that stuff. That's my Thursday night show. And then one of the other Friday night shit shows that we did that I thought was really good. So, I was going to go ahead and let those do it because I have it set up automatically. So I don't know if it's going to work, but I got it set up. Hopefully it'll work. It says it's ready to go on my page, but I did that just so that I can get some hours while I'm gone because, I'm not going to be able, I won't be able to take my computer or any of that stuff, but I want to see her and, go out to dinner with her and, have fun. So, because my other daughter's there right now visiting her sister. So, I'm excited. And the day that she's flying back, I'm going to be going. So we got to have somebody here to take care of the chickens and stuff and the dog. So hopefully everything will go as planned. But that's why we did it the way we did so that someone would be here. So we'll see how that works. But I'm sorry I won't be there for the game, but I'll be back the next game that we have with that one.
I'm looking forward to that one more than I am tomorrow. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just am as a GM. I've been running Pathfinder since 2009, and it's been a nice system to make some friends over, but it's time for me to move on to the system I'm currently test betting with you, and Nerdy Ogre and Crafting Gamer, because those are more important. That game is more important to me. I'm the one assembling it, and I really like that game system. I really like the D100. I really like the resolution for combat. I really like the way that I have things planned for you to discover more things about your own capacity as a cleric. I like what I have in mind for the Crafting Gamer, and I love the plots that I could throw at you guys, because you're within an unscripted spot of the world where whatever I stumble across rumor wise, you guys can go jump on a wagon and go follow it and see what's down that road. I love that
Are
game.
you going to? You can still do a movie thing. I just won't be there. It'll be
Yeah, I
someone
could. I don't believe I'm doing a movie stream on Sunday. I'll be doing a paint and chill, I think.
Okay, well,
We've got a
you're
plan
gonna still do the thing after the game with
Kai.
with Kai, yeah, and maybe gamer or whatever,
Yeah.
Crafting Gamer.
Yep.
If he joins you or whatever. So
He's a
yeah,
great-
it's not going to be that much difference. It's just going to be, I just won't be there. But I'll be back the following.
Don't worry, guys. As long as Janet's pilots are competent, she'll be back.
Yeah, they'll be fine. But I'm saving so much money. Okay, I'm saving like $500 just from driving from my house to Dallas and flying out, because that's how much more money they added to your ticket just to fly out of Little Rock. Isn't that ridiculous? That's like 6 tanks of gas.
I only get 22 miles per gallon in my 22 to 24 miles per gallon in my Subaru. So that sounds kind of like a bargain when you figure out the time you're spending, and
it is a bargain for me, to fly from there. And the good thing is I got a place to stay. So when I drive there, I can stay the night, get up the next morning, go to the airport, and see. So it's gonna work out really good for me. Save money.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to hearing about your trip and how you enjoyed yourself and how you like this concert, because you talk
I'm
about
excited about the
Kid
concert.
Rock. You talk about Kid Rock a lot, and I didn't mind Kid Rock when he came out as a rocker, but whenever he started stepping out of his comfort zone and exposing his personal politics, I really did think that was interesting. Like, okay, maybe I'm not on the wrong track after all, because I don't share the guy's every view, but I thought there's at least something to it whenever I can see what he's saying and I can understand why he has the opinions he has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's come a long way. Just like most of us.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
How do you like this character here, Janet? This lady that I'm holding in my hands.
Well, from what I can tell, she's really pretty. It looks pretty dress, and I don't know what that symbol is she's holding. It's like an anchor for a boat.
I was thinking about bringing this into the game next time you're able to play with the low-level guys.
Okay.
Looking forward to it.
I think it's nice.
Okay. That was kind of just what I was wanting to know. I mean, if it looks nice, or if it's
I'm waiting to see that big dragon, with the pretty wings.
you don't want to see that.
No, I'm just saying. I know it's going to happen. I just said, well, it's pretty at least. I know it. Hey, I've already died. It wasn't that long ago I died from that ice worm eating me. So
I remember that. That, and so does the rest of the party. They all got kind of scared about that because you were the only healer at the time.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
And
it was a 5-mile wide hole in the ground. Yeah, it was pretty weird, the whole thing. It was fun though. So
yeah. I'm painting figures for our D&D game, Sven actually Pathfinder, but still the same thing.
Yeah. That's why I say DP, because that's what most people understand when I say that. When I say Pathfinder, they go, "What's that?" So I go, "Well, it's like Dungeons and Dragons." They go, "Oh, okay." Anyone knows that because of the movie and other stuff and that TV show.
50 years of a franchise, of a game turning into a franchise, turning into a fucking nerd hobby.
But So I say thank you to everyone for hanging out with us tonight. I hope we didn't drive you too crazy or whatever. We're too nuts.
Tonight's show. I know that we disagreed a lot on this, but
That's what makes it good. We're just ourselves. That's what's important. Be
I don't
ourselves.
want anybody out there with brothers or sisters that are in the armed forces, listen, say a prayer for your family and loved ones tonight, okay? You want them to be kept safe. You get the time to reach out to them and have a quick video chat. Tell them you love them. They're fucking scared as shit right now. They're the ones in the firing line. They need you. So don't just go to bed blithely after you masturbate to some bad Pornhub or old anime. Instead, reach out to your family and tell them that they mean a lot to you and that there's so many things that you want to do when they get back home. That's what's going to keep you sane while we have this next couple weeks of anxiety. I don't want you to have problems. My name is Bruce. Thank you for listening to me blather on, and I'm going to hand it back to Janet.
Well, I want to say thank you to everyone for coming and hanging out. And yes, I'll have a show Thursday and Friday night. But you won't see me until then. I might put out a couple shorts and stuff depending on what's going on, while I'm out there, but that's on a live stream. So it's totally different, but, you guys have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Be there for your family, get some sun, and relax a little bit. Enjoy your weekend. And thank you so much. And, hope to see you later.
We're looking forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
First off, let me convey to my family, friends, and supporters that now is not the time to gloat. We must remember that most of our left-leaning friends are good people who want the same things in life as we do, but simply think differently on how to get there. It is now time to be the bigger man, to extend an olive branch and unite all reasonable people of this great nation. God has blessed America, and together with President Trump, we will make America great again.